along as you're going, if we've read it, or did you want to wait till the end?
You know, it's if the council is amenable, if we could do questions at the end, and that there are a couple of slides that build off of each other. And so we may find that those questions are answered as I'm moving through.
Okay, continue.
Okay, and it's a short presentation in a sense so that we have ample time for questions. So just starting back at the beginning and hitting on just highlights from the project. So the study was done over the course of 3 workshops. We kicked off the project in February of 22. We had an orientation with the team during February as well. That's our workshop 1. And as we were moving towards workshop 2, which occurred in April, prior to that, we took a look at all of the programs and services that are provided by the department and worked to create categories of service. So these are essentially the large buckets that were placed and sorted onto the pyramid. Then as we went into workshop 2, we were prepared to sit down with staff as well as the public to have those categories sorted onto the pyramid. Then in workshop 2, we took a look at the current cost recovery. There was quite a bit of analysis done between workshop 2 and 3. And in workshop 3, we looked at what that current cost recovery is at the program level, at the category level, and then ultimately the tier aggregate. And I'm going to explain that in more detail, but I wanted you to kind of have a sense of the stages that we went through with this process. So we talked about previously, this study is really based on the pyramid methodology, and it's really just a framework for the studies. It's essentially a continuum, and those programs and services that have the most community benefit, that's the first filter we look at when we are reviewing programs and services. Those make up the foundation of your pyramid and are really core to the department. And as you move up the pyramid, the benefit to your tax-paying community is lesser and lesser. And when you get to the top of the pyramid, those programs and services there are typically very individualized. So that's quite often where we see things such as private swim lessons or concessions, things of that nature. So again, this was the framework that was used, but we really did try to draw that connection to the city's existing policy. And fortunately there, you also have a 5-tier approach. So the alignment throughout you'll see is very solid. So as I mentioned, we developed those 20 categories of service to represent everything that the department does. So this is an example of what a category looks like. We have a clear name followed by a definition and some examples. And these are examples of categories from this study. And these are what were sorted and placed on the pyramid, both by staff as well as the public. And during our public sessions, we had 2 in person and 1 virtual. We did have 24 community members attend. So once the pyramid was built, and that was something we shared in the last presentation, we started to dive into the current cost of service. So we took a look at FY21 specifically, took a look at 400 programs and 4,100 rentals. And we associated the direct cost for each of those programs and rentals, as well as the revenues. And so with the direct cost, those are the expenses that really wouldn't exist if the program went away. So we didn't associate any indirect cost in the exercise. So some of our key findings. So this is one of the most valuable and critical pieces of the study on the whole. So there's a lot happening here on this slide. You'll see in the first column we have those pyramid tiers. So that 1 is that foundation, that core level. And as you move up to tier 5. The second column represents the terminology that's used in your fees or your user fee and charges development policy. So again, you have that same 5-level structure. And so a tier 1 program ties into a no cost recovery method within your policy. And similarly, as you go up, more and more cost recovery is introduced until you're at the top of the pyramid or your top level, which is full cost recovery. So what you see in column 3, which is circled in red, is the department's current cost recovery by tier of the pyramid or method of cost recovery. The next 2 columns represent what the range that's been identified through your existing policy. And then finally, a recommended goal, working within, again, your policy. So what are some of the outcomes here? So when we look at tier 1, those core programs that typically don't have cost recovery associated with them, you are at 1%. So you're slightly above your range. Looking at tier 2, that minimal cost recovery, your range is 1 to 49%. The department is recovering at 52%. Looking at tier 3, your range is 50 to 79, department is at 90%. At tier 4, little work to be done here potentially. Your range is 80 to 99%. Current cost recovery is within the range, 92%. And finally, tier 5, full cost recovery, 100%. The department is performing at 84%. And that recommended column that I referenced, working within your policy, really what we're showing here is the department should strive for the max end of that range that you've pre-identified. So that little work in tier 4, it's really shifting over the next 5 years from that 92% to 99%. And then ultimately in tier 5, which we're going to spend some time on here in a moment, working towards that 100% cost recovery on the programs and services that are there. So taking a step back, because obviously it's very important to understand what's in each of these tiers or methods of cost recovery, if you will. So this is the pyramid that we did share with you in the last presentation, but there's a few things I want to hit on here. So there has been one modification, and that's relative to tier 5. So the Lakeview Golf Course was a challenging category to place for both the public, the staff, and the council. We saw everything from 2 to 5 with Lakeview. And so when we're looking at categories that are a little more difficult to place, there are other filters that we can run them through so that it's the only focus isn't the benefit to the community. We can look at the access to the service. We can take a look at if it's really the organization's responsibility to provide the service. And then also, what's the impact if the service went away? And so through our conversations related to Lakeview, ultimately, as it relates to access, it's specialized. And those are typically your programs and services that are in that tier 5. When we look at the organizational's responsibility, there's 5 levels there as well. The top level being questionable. It's not always within the course of business for a public entity or a park and rec department to offer golf to the community. So we see that as questionable being up as at tier 5. And then impacts to not provide through discussion, that's more of a limited if it went away. And that also aligns with those programs and services that are most commonly found in tier 5. And so ultimately, the project team through discussion came to the consensus that really Lakeview is most suited and fits best with the other categories in tier 5 of the pyramid. So something else that you see on this view of the pyramid is prior views only showed you that category placement. This view is also showing you the cost recovery by category, and it's showing you the tier aggregate. So how are all of those categories performing within that tier? And then finally, that tier target that's represented, that's really coming directly out of your pre-existing policy. So you can see with the first 4 tiers of the pyramid, the department really is in alignment with your existing policy with the work that they're doing. Tier 5 is the only category that's falling short. But what this also shows you, because you can see the cost recovery by category, is you can see what category is driving a tier aggregate or what is holding back. And in this view, it does seem as though Lakeview is pulling that tier down, but a couple of things to highlight here. We looked at FY21. And so for FY21, that's when there was a lot of changes happening operationally. And additionally, with Lakeview, we did count indirect cost with it. It's very common to count indirect when we're talking about golf courses or things that are typically seen as enterprise. So within that 82%, we're looking at FY21 during operation changes. We're looking at indirect cost, and it reflects 10 months of operation because of the snapshot in time we had. So I highlight that because as we've continued to develop recommendations and we've seen some reporting on Lakeview for 2023, it's already pushing towards reaching that goal of 100% cost recovery. So this snapshot in time for that specific category does not fully represent everything that's happening currently at Lakeview. So the next piece I want to go through is some of the key findings and recommendations, but maybe there would be a benefit to the council if I were to pause for a moment and take any questions kind of in this section. Would that be helpful?
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. This was a helpful explanation. So if we were to adopt the recommended goals for each tier, what does that do to our blended cost recovery overall? Would be my main question.
Yeah. So primarily through this process, we're asking council to adopt the pyramid. In that, part of your existing policy calls out that each department will work with finance to develop a process for where each of their programs or services fall within your policy or within the 5 methods that have been pre-identified. And so what we're doing here is we're looking at all these programs and services and we're trying to get them aligned within your current policy, but we've used this pyramid process as that framework. And so if you will, if we look at that tier 1, parks and pathways. So what we're saying is by approving this pyramid, that would fall into a no cost recovery method of your policy.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess where I'm confused is I just want to pull up, and maybe now is not the time, maybe finance needs to run through the pyramid with everybody and like say, okay, based on 2021 usage, if we were to enact these goals and we had similar usage going forward, what would the blended cost recovery be to the city? And I guess just directionally, I would hope, right, because our cost recovery for the most part is going up, although on tier 3 is going down, I would hope that our cost recovery is going up overall. I'm just looking for some direction on what would this do to the aggregate, right? Like on a blended basis, if usage of these assets that the city provides was consistent, what would happen?
Yeah. So on the cost recovery going down piece, because if you look at tier 2 and tier 3, you're currently performing above the range that's identified in the policy. We don't have recommendations to bring any of your fees down. This is the opportunity for those programs that are providing a significant benefit to your public to perhaps enhance them. So that could take a variety of paths. So it's, maybe reducing your staff ratios and having another staff person available or adding a field trip, but also with the inflation costs that is occurring. Ultimately, it may just mean that a fee doesn't go up because you're already working within that range.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Okay, I'm starting to track with you. So what you're saying is if a fee is already above a cost recovery target, it's unlikely to be lowered. It will probably stay the same. You might adjust the resources that we put into that tier to reflect the cost recovery appropriately. But I guess, I don't expect you to answer this question in this meeting. It just is a follow-up, but I would like to know if 2021, for example, was an example of a benchmark, if we had followed these goals, where would we end up overall? Because the only reason I'm asking is I'm just like a high level person and I just want to know, would the city ultimately have to come out of pocket? Sounds like the answer is no, but are we overall expecting to recover more, less, the same? I would think we could answer that.
Yes.
but it's not, you don't have to answer it right now, but
I-
it's just a.
I think
to-do.
that's probably the question for Steve, or quite frankly, it's what this council agrees to. Honestly, that's the best answer, because I think if we're within the bands that you establish, we're not going to try to collect more. But if you want to adjust the bands as an example, I don't see any reason why this council couldn't say, we want to adjust the bands northward of all of these, if that's your direction to generate more cost recovery. Correct, Steve? I'll let you, I didn't mean to answer, but.
First of all, let me see if I think part of your question is what's the overall combined cost recovery? Is that part of your question? And Teresa, I'm going off memory here, but I believe our combined cost recovery for everything is about 33%. Is that right?
That's correct. When we just look at direct cost.
Yes. And you also have a number. My next question was, well, how does that compare to other cities our size nationally? And you had a number for that as well. Can you share what that was?
That's 26%.
26%. So we're doing better than the national average for cities our size in terms of cost recovery, which is great news. I would expect that we wouldn't be trying to reduce our cost recovery, but to maybe add more resources, benefits. I don't know. We'd have to figure that out moving forward. What we have adopted in terms of the ranges is based on the city's adopted policy in finance. Doesn't mean it can't change, doesn't mean they can't go up. But I would expect, given the idea that I think we're performing well, that we would continue to perform similarly unless there are specific examples of where council would like us to target more.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, no, that's perfect context. So we're recovering 33% of our direct costs now. That is better than most cities our size. Thank you. That sets the stage of the question. And then it sounds like there's not really a rhyme or reason besides that we have a policy in place that sort of reflects these cost recovery percentages. I'm assuming at some point someone did some research on what percentages they thought were appropriate. As a person just looking at it, who's not an expert on cost recovery, I'm not going to be able to give you feedback that yes, tier 3 shouldn't be 79%, tier 3 should be 77%, right? I just want to make sure that if we adopted the recommendation, it wouldn't put us in a bad spot. That's all I'm trying to check. So
my opinion is this puts us in a really good framework for moving forward. And again, and it can also be a conversation, right? There's an annual fee discussion that finance brings to you every year. And this can be part of that conversation and adjusted accordingly. But I would propose that this is a good starting point.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, and I think as long as no one is saying, for example, 75% of the services we provide and the fees that we currently get, recovery for our tier 3, and we're lowering the recovery, so we may lower our fees. As long as no one's saying something like that, which would give me concern about a gap. Like I just don't want an air ball in there. As long as that's not the case, which it sounds like it's not, I think I'm okay to bob along with kind of setting tiers and seeing how it goes, and that's fine. But it wouldn't hurt to have finance run the recommendation through, but thank you. That answers my question for now.
Thank you. Council, another questions for either Steve
Mr. Mayor,
or Teresa. Yes, Councilman Hoagland.
you saw that last slide with the pyramid. If we move that back up, I was just curious, do you recommend that you try to hit the tier target within every single item, within the items that are identified, or you might have, say, youth camps in the number 2, permitted special events, youth camps, field rentals? It might be that's very labor intensive, and it carries 76% of the load, and we get the other ones lowered or to the point where, we're in that 49%. Do you occasionally have one that carries a bigger load, or do you try to get every one of them to that in this case, 49%?
So ideally, the department can strive over time to get all of the categories within the range. When you're beginning down this path, it is more about the tier aggregate. Fee increase, you have to look at market rate. Fee increases could actually hurt you in some cases if individuals can find other service providers. So it is a balance. In some cases, raising fees might hurt your program more than help it. And so we have some recommendations in here as to how to address some of these specific categories. But first and foremost, it is about how the tier on the whole performs and making sure it's within the range. And a large part of this exercise, in a sense, for Meridian is that the existing policy says these are the 5 methods of cost recovery. Well, when you look at Parks and Recreation, it does so many things. So it doesn't easily fit into one method. It's natural for parks to perhaps be no cost recovery. But when you start talking about swim lessons and camps and all of these things. So part of this was this exercise to say, where do these things fit? Because Parks and Rec does so many different things.
Thank you, Teresa.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
Teresa, can you show me where the pool is in the
Yes.
analysis? Didn't see
So
it on the
the-
pyramid.
Sure. So the pool ends up in a number of categories. So first you have the swim lessons there as a balanced community benefit. As it relates to just drop-in use of the pool, that falls in tier 2, the monitored drop-in use. And so that tier 2, right now it is performing with the 52% cost recovery. Pools can be an expensive undertaking. I'm sure as you looked at taking the pool on, you knew those expenses that were coming along with it. So you could see that tier aggregate drop once the pool comes online. And then private swim lessons may be something that you offer in the future, and those are up on tier 5.
One other question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
On your earlier comments on the tiers, you spoke of the public input that was provided, and in particular Lakeview Golf Course, and the groups that you visited with from the public that identified Lakeview as a tier 2 or 3 or 4, as well as 5. What was the reasoning behind discounting or not incorporating the 2s and 3s and 4s in some overall weighted decision on what tier it should be on?
So when you look at the collective average from all the scoring, it did fall as a 4 initially. It was through further conversation that one was determined to fit more alongside those categories that are within tier 5.
Internal staff conversation or from us?
Yes, as we were looking at recommendations and looking at where current cost recovery is, and because of the uncertainty with that one, we look at the range of scoring, and that was the only one that had a 2 to 5, where you had significant differences in how the public felt. And so it called for more conversation.
Mr. Sidway.
I could add to that. So I think the different groups had it in the 2 to 4 range. The weighted average, as she stated, was in the 5 range. Sorry, the 4 range is in the 4. We brought that to council this summer as a 4. And the feedback that we heard was that it ought to be 5. If we misheard, that's what tonight is about. If it should be 4, let's talk about whether it should be a 4 or a 5. It's the tier based on the FY21 numbers, which this study was based on because it's been going on most of the year. We didn't have FY22 numbers. And it was at that 82% range. It's been performing better, Frank, and I've been sharing some of that good news with you over the year. So I was a little concerned about the mixed messages. Hey, we're at 100% plus. No, we're at 82%. Well, we were at 82% for FY21. We are at 100% plus right now for Lakeview at direct costs. Again, that doesn't include factoring in the costs for the construction projects and capital elements. But for operations, we are at the 100% plus today. So given that we've been able to successfully do that, and based on the feedback we heard from council last time, we felt comfortable saying, yeah, I think this could be in tier 5. So we put it in tier 5 to bring back to you to say, hey, we listened, we moved it, but tonight's discussion is to determine, should it be tier 5 or in tier 4?
Council, any additional questions at this time before we proceed with the rest of the presentation? Okay. Teresa, you can continue.
Okay, so just a couple more slides to highlight some additional key findings and recommendations or outcomes. And these are summary snapshots of some of the more valuable recommendations that we wanted to share with council tonight. So key findings are on the left-hand side. So first, the department wishes to align its cost recovery practices with the existing policy. And so that's what we're here tonight, seeking council approval on the pyramid as the fundamental component of the cost recovery philosophy. There is an opportunity to increase awareness of the department's scholarship program. So through the process, we did hear and learn that there are some barriers to access that can be worked on. And if fees were to increase, we want to make sure that scholarship opportunity is available and accessible. And so recommending additional marketing to increase awareness. There are some challenges with cost accounting at the activity level, and it does require some refinement. The department has an excellent relationship with finance, but when we start going down to that program level, there is a higher level of tracking that needs to be done to carry this forward into the future. Now, the team, as you can see, they were making the cost recovery goals in the range. So internally, they do have a strong methodology, but there are some improvements that could be made to make things a little bit easier moving forward into the future and consistent across the different sections within the department. Another key finding, deliberate and timely fee setting and adjusting is necessary for a sustainable system. And so this is with all agencies. Quite often we roll over our fees each year. And what we really want to hone in here on is that each year you're taking a hard look at that fee and your expenses, looking at that cost recovery and making annual adjustments as needed. Also making sure you're managing program life cycles and replacing underperforming services. And then as the team currently does, coming to council annually through the annual fee adjustments that's done through finance. Actually, I think they do that triannually. So continuing with that process to ensure that programs are continuously evaluated. And last but not least here, just continuing to use best management tools to further evaluate cost recovery. And so here, we really want to make sure staff is engaged in budget development, and that's something that is already in place with the finance department. So staff has an annual training. It really keeps cost recovery on the forefront and ensures that they're really looking at each program at a high level. And as new programs are coming on, especially with the aquatics addition that you have, that they're continuously evaluating the performance and current cost recovery. Also encouraging the department to explore alternate funding sources that align with their mission. And then continuing to provide opportunities such as workshop 2 for community input. And so that could take the form of really program evaluations, again, making sure those programs are the best suited for the community and what they're looking for. So again, those were somewhat high level. The key piece here, going back to aligning really those categories of service with those 5 methods of cost recovery from your existing policy is the goal and the final recommendation for the study. And I'll put the pyramid back up as we go into questions here.
Thank you, Teresa. Council, additional questions? Have you seen the rest of the presentation? No, she's done with the presentation. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
not a question, I guess, just some discussion on the pyramid.
Discussion, yeah.
Teresa, thank you for this and all the work that's gone into it and the input that you've got. It's a helpful long-term structure, some bones to how we set these rates. But there's certainly, as you've identified in earlier discussions, some overriding policy considerations that go into putting one in blue versus green versus purple, right? which to a large degree comes from us. And so I'll share a couple of those. One of the items in here, well, one of the distinctions on the tiers, which all make great sense. I think a tier target of, I'm looking at number 4, a tier target of level 4 being 99% and level 5 being 100%. I mean, that seems, I don't, it's a little too close. I don't know why it would necessarily need to be, it's a distinction really without a difference between 4 and 5. If we're looking at trying to make that 99% recovery, probably going to be a bigger gap than that, which from a policy consideration is, I wouldn't be worried about. One of the remarks that was made earlier, I think what has made Meridian successful to a large degree is we all benefit when a kid takes a sports class or an adult takes a rec class, or they play in programs that we may never go to, but happy, engaged citizens benefit everybody, businesses, our law enforcement. It really does. It just makes for a better, stronger community. So I love cost recovery, but I'm very sensitive to that and see benefit to our whole community from every single one of these activities. I don't really see anything totally individual. One of the benefits that I think is our whole community for certain is swim lessons. If I were to move something for me, I think swim lessons would move down. I would either recover less of the cost or scholarships, your comments, something that we certainly want to promote. We should be trying to encourage everybody and anybody to get into those programs. So that stood out for me. And then I've always been talking about the golf course as an item of concern. And if it stays, I think it's a tier 4, but if it stays at tier 5, I'm a huge advocate for some tiering of the cost. And which isn't part of this discussion, but it's going to come up real soon to this council is when we're just determining how to recover the cost for the golf course, that we have, even if it's, and I've mentioned this to the mayor and to Steve, have an annual pass fee that is X for residents and X plus something for non-residents. Our residents have paid 7 figures in tax dollars saved over the years to beautify this and turn it around. It's an easy, perfect opportunity to say thanks, quite frankly, to our resident taxpayers. So if that can be built into how we do cost recovery for Lakeview, annual passes, trail fees, that is not a complicated way to do it, whether it's in tier 4 or tier 5. So those are my thoughts on it. I like the pyramid approach. I like the bands. I probably would have some separation realistically between the recommended recovery percentage than what you had stated, Teresa, just because I think that distinction is worthy. I'd encourage swim lessons and I'd create some residency benefits for the golf course usage.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I like the process that we have here. It gives you something to work on and to look at and to break down. It gives you some consistency, and there are difficulties like the golf club. And I was thinking about changes on that because is it like a pool, not from the standpoint of swim lessons that I think like you articulated, Councilman Borton, that learning how to swim is very, very important, but the fact that it is a community benefit, but not everyone's going to partake in that benefit. But you go to the golf club and you take private or semi-private lessons, that's going to be a tier 5, certainly very, very individual. But the opportunity to have and go play a round of golf is a recreational opportunity. I think, well, yes, it's a considerable individual benefit, but it's not fully 100%. It is a recreational opportunity like many others where we develop softball fields, basketball courts, horseshoe pits that not everyone does. So for those types of activities, a round of golf could be a 4. So, trying to parse out some of these things, and your idea about the different fee structure within that round of golf and season passes, I think that has some merit and warrants a look at. So it's a good thing. We'll just have to work through that process and figure those out. And I do agree. It is odd that you have 99% target and 100% target. And there is not a difference there. You look at it and go, should that be 90? Just an interesting thing when you see the jump from 0 to 49. Okay, then you got a 30% jump, and then a 20% jump, and then a 1% jump. So just yeah, very, very compressed. So just something we can work through.
Any additional comments from council before we? Then I'll just add in addition, I don't disagree with anything that anyone has said in that regards. And I think that there's, to me, it's a mentality, on the golf course, for example, bottom line end result, that it covers its costs individually within there. I mean, a great example is, when I host a tournament there, in theory, that is a mostly individual benefit. And maybe you should have a higher cost than the considerable individual per round when you come in and you want to do an event there, as an example. There are those type of things that might make sense with whether it's residents, whether it's all those different elements, but it is, to me, is top line at this point in time. And what is our expectations? But within there, I think there's a lot of questions and better ways to look at what we charge for, et cetera. And just a good example is, what do you do with our concessions? Is our concessions be considered a concession lease? So it should be in 4, or should it be put in 5 if that's where the golf course remains, because it's part of the golf course operations, and I would suggest it stays within the golf course overall operations instead of being pulled out and being in its own set with other concessions. That's my viewpoint. But how it gets applied, all these have great dialogue built through them, in my opinion. But there are some things we can look at immediately for the golf course to help look at some things. And yeah, right now, while rounds are up, it's great. Anyway,
Mr. Mayor and council, I was just going to offer part of the reason for the concession is for the compression, is that we have been viewing that tier 5 100% as 100% plus. And, for example, if there's an expectation that the golf course not just breaks even, but makes money to cover deficits elsewhere with the pool or wherever, that, that it would not just be at 100, it would be, we have an expectation of 100 is the floor, and it could go up from there. So, the concessions that are in there are like the park concessions. They cost us very little to operate. We recover more than 100% of what it costs us operationally to provide that concession. But it's so it's more of 100% plus, as opposed to the other is like 80 to 99. The other one is 100% and up. But if I can see visually how that compression looks like. Well, you only have a 1% difference. But we've been viewing it as, because of that plus on top of the 100% and seeing that 100% more as the bottom, that was, if you look at it that way, there's less compression. And that was the perspective we were coming at it from. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I don't know if I subscribe to that, candidly. Why charge more than what it costs to provide the service? Even if you could, doesn't mean you should, perhaps. If we were to do that, then let's label it accurately and say 150% to 100%. Be more candid about it, but rather charge no more than what's necessary to provide it, generally speaking. I mean, we don't understand there's public benefits to the lower tiered.
Yeah.
That we all as a community benefit from, and in a tier 5 subsidize a tier 2.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Share.
Isn't it sort of like if we take the case of the golf course, I guess the way I was thinking about it is these are direct costs, right? You're not building in the indirect costs. And so,
There are other costs. Yes.
yeah. And so I think it makes sense to, at a later point, like get more granular on each service within, because I agree with all the comments, right? Like, makes sense to me that residents wouldn't pay the same as non-residents. Makes sense to me that the golf course should stand on its own 2 feet and be self-sufficient to some extent compared to other services we provide, considering, the investment in it. But if you take the example of like introducing kids to golf, like there may be children who have never had the opportunity to learn golf, right? Something like that may not belong in tier 5. So I can sort of see that each community amenity kind of goes along the spectrum of these different tiers. So sounds like it's heading in a good direction. Maybe we'll get more granular at a later point.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, if I would just say briefly that we think similarly that, that intro to golf lesson could be like, especially if it's in the activity guide, could be considered more in the youth class level. But there is, with the overlap, of where things are counted, it probably would end up in the golf course realm overall. But I think in terms philosophically, we're thinking the same way.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I think the granular next step makes great sense. So do you have an idea of if now or some point very soon, the pyramid as presented is adopted, or at least head nodded to move forward? Is there a timeline where you think some more granular detail would come that says,
I'm not sure what kind of granular detail you're talking about, because it sounds like you're talking about granular detail of in sub elements within each element within each tier. Is that kind of what that might be a bit much for us to bite off in the first year?
maybe, I mean, I assume that's something you're doing in-house internally to try and figure out what types of fees to recommend be charged for every color?
More on the recreation side, yes. I mean, our rec coordinators track their costs very detailed. There are other things in here that are new to us to be called programs.
Maybe it's unique to the golf course. That's one of the more complicated.
I would suggest
Yeah.
we have two new things. We have a new pool and we have a new golf course, which really haven't been looked at in the same aspect over time to look at what is the community benefit, the actual cost of operations, and where people feel comfortable on any of those issues. So I think that both of them will likely be a topic of conversation over this next year. Maybe some elements can be done sooner, other elements may take more time, but I think that's really what we're looking at. There's really not a lot of other changes that are on here. But like Mr. Borton said, you may want to do, or Councilman Borton said, you may want to put 100% to 125%. I think the difficulty is when you talk 100% is that you never know if we fall back on our rounds by 5,000 rounds. I mean, you're never going to hit that 100% on something when you're dependent upon people showing up and paying a cost. So just the expectation moving forward. Yeah, if we're hitting 135% for 2 years in a row, we may want to go back and look at that number and scale it back down. So that to me is at least personally, understanding the 100%, maybe more than 100% on any given year.
Yeah.
Because we just don't know how many people will show up. Or if we get the Borton Lakey sponsorship for the driving range, as soon as that comes through, I mean, that could really change our pyramid. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I totally agree and concur. When we saw the FY21 numbers come in at 82%, we were like, oh, this needs to be, putting it in tier 4 will push us. And then when we saw that the FY22 numbers were coming in at the 100% level, we're like, okay, we can do this. We're willing to, it makes sense to have that conversation, but it is dependent on demand.
And as I want to get through tonight before we have the next conversation, just to make sure we understood as a body where we felt, and we obviously got to make a motion and at least agree to this before we can really start talking, having conversations about raising or lowering revenue in any of our bands or programs.
Any other questions for me or Teresa?
Well, you did hear Steve's request to at least have a motion to approve the pyramid. Counselor, you ready for that, or would you prefer to take a little bit more time and consideration? As we are without our parks liaison as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I mean, we have heard it a couple of times now. I think we're comfortable with that. Yes, there's some details to work out now if we adopt that and move forward, but, and everyone will certainly participate in that. And I didn't hear any objection previously to any of the structure of the pyramid and that philosophy and that approach as a policy. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with the vote if other council members agree.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I am as well with the ranges. I'm maybe not so much with the target within each range. I don't know if that's what you're seeking as well, but I understand the ranges, but also pinpointing the target within it. I'm not necessarily there. I don't know if you need that yet, though. I think the pyramid itself is a useful tool.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I see adoption of it would be the ranges, and then having that specific target would be part of the exercise in that. And I don't know if Mr. Sidaway wants to comment on that, if he has a different take on how he was thinking about it before we make any motion.
Well, and maybe a recommendation, can we have range 4 go up to 95%? The next one's 95 to 115 for now. If you like, say if you want to be honest, just to put something on paper.
Steve, if I
wanted to
may
see
have.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, so the ranges are set through the city's fees and charges policy. And so we piggybacked on those. The target within the range, that's an aspect that we could remove entirely. Because most tiers were performing at that higher end of your range, we maxed it out for all cases. Because we see the potential over time that you could get to the max of the range within all 5 tiers. But it's not a necessity. In order to align with the finance policy, it's really working within those ranges. And that's something through the study, Steve and team are able to say, okay, we are meeting these cost recovery goals. There aren't significant areas that we need to make up in at this point.
I retract my statement. It's already in policy related to that. I know the one thing that you mentioned, Councilman Borton, is you did mention moving swim lessons.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah,
Councilman
I
Borton.
think it was in tier 3 to move it to tier 2. I don't know if that gets you there. I don't know if it actually makes too much of a functional difference in the cost. If there is the promotion of scholarship opportunities for folks who are of limited means to encourage them to participate, that's probably as important, if not more important, to ensure that our public has a chance to participate in it. So that was really good, great to hear.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, love the conversation. We also feel that swim lessons are incredibly important, and we want to encourage as many as possible to be able to take them. And we are, the city's been very generous, the city council has been very generous with us this year in additional funds for scholarships. And we are looking at ways to make those available for swim lessons as well.
Mr. Mayor, that probably addresses
That's my Borton.
the opportunity that we're trying to promote.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm good to move forward on this basis, subject to having further conversations about the golf course and the pool, like we talked about.
And with that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we adopt the pyramid cost recovery model for the Parks and Recreation Department.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Pyramid is adopted. More conversations to come. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 14, discussion of civic walk time extension request. Turns over to Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
yeah, thank you for this. One of the key aspects of the time extension request is the hunter lateral, and within that is the understanding of what that cost might be to do that. Those costs aren't quite available yet, so we definitely want to continue this. And John McGraw for Veracruz will be here at our meeting on December 6th. So this will be on our work session for that date and have that discussion about the time extension, hunter lateral costs and those types of things. And hopefully we will be able to take action that evening on that request.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Councilman Hoagland at this time? All right, then we will consider item 14 done and added to the next meeting on the 6th.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland,
I move we adjourn the work session.
motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Dwayne, this is Chris. I just let you talk if you can confirm you hear us okay.
Hey, this is Dwayne. I'm here.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I'll promote you to panelist when it's time.
All right, thanks.
Council will go ahead and call this meeting to order. For the record, it is November 22nd, 2022, Tuesday at 6:01 PM. I think I did that backwards than I normally do, but that's okay. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Our next item up is the community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Jennifer Cavanis Williams of the Baha'i Faith. If you all would please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
O my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord.
Thank you. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
we have no changes to tonight's agenda, so I move adoption of the agenda as published.
I have a motion, a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, should we have anyone signed up under public forum? We did not. Okay, then we will go right into our action items this evening. First item up is continued public hearing for ordinance number 22-2004, an ordinance accepting the 2022 Development Impact Fee Study. I do see we have Mr. Lavoy on with us this evening in his infirm state. Mr. Lavoy, do you have any comments that you would like to make for this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no additional comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did earlier, but I believe it was for something else. So I'll just verify. Carol Wendell is signed in for this item. I believe she may be here for a different item.
Okay, well, if there's anybody present that would like to provide comments on this item, if you'd like to come forward at this time and provide any public testimony. And if you're online, they are all staff currently, but if you are online and have comments, please go ahead and raise your hand. Seeing no one coming forward. Council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Next up is ordinance number 22-2004. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Third reading of ordinance 22-2004, an ordinance accepting the 2022 Development Impact Fees Study, adopting an amended capital improvement plan, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 10712E2 concerning development of impact fees, voiding conflicting ordinances, resolutions, and orders, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none. Do I have discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
we've had public hearings. We've talked about it pretty extensively. I move to approve ordinance number 22-2004.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-2004. Is there further discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Byrne. Morton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. Thank you, Todd, to yourself and your consultant and your team for all the work, and all the city staff and our impact fee committee for their work. It's an ongoing process, and now you can start working on the next one. Appreciate it very much. Next item up is item 3, a public hearing for substantial amendment to the 2017-2021 consolidated plan and program year 2019 action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments from Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So this amendment is specific to our CARES Act funding. So we did receive, we received a little over $500,000 in CARES Act funds, and this was to be used to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19. And in the beginning, we put all of these funds toward public services because they have typically been underfunded. But there were so many different funding sources that came out that we were not able to spend as much as we thought that we would under that. So last year I came to you and we amended it so that we could put some money towards admin so that we could do a needs assessment. So far, we are currently 41% spent, and there's a requirement for 80% of the funding to be spent by June 4th, 2023. So we're a little bit behind where we need to be. So with this, we have several projects that we have funded in the past. Several of those are closed, and for the most part, they've all been closed under budget. We had our admin, of course, and then there was also a youth counseling program. We also funded emergency rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and behavioral health services through the Allenby House. Right now, we do have a few projects that are currently open. Those would be the childcare scholarships and learning enrichment through the Children's Museum. But even with all that, we still have $162,000 that's unallocated. So we went back out to our partners to see if anybody had any projects, and we opened it up so that it was not necessarily public services. And so one of the applications we got was for the learning enrichment. And so that was no issue because it was a public service. But we also received an application for Woodrose, the apartment complex that we've discussed a few different times. And this application is for acquisition of land to build the complex. And it was approved by the scoring committee for up to $300,000. So this would allow us to use any additional funds that may be unallocated. If one of those other projects close under budget, we would be able to use that for this project because it was approved for up to that amount. We did talk to the housing company to see if there was an additional need for funding in addition to the ARPA funds that the city had already talked to them about. And they had indicated at the meeting on July 19th that there was a gap of about $560,000. And they were approved for $400,000 that would go toward impact fees. So they said that they do still have a gap. Because this is a different activity than what we said we were going to use these CARES Act funds for, it does require a substantial amendment, which means that we have to go out for public comment. And that's why we're here tonight, so that we could have the public hearing. So there's two different plans that we had to adjust, and the CARES Act funds are related to our program year 2019 action plan. And so even though it's an old con plan, that's the one that we still have to adjust. So it's pretty basic changes to the con plan. Basically, it's just in the priority needs and goals section. We did connect the need of improved housing conditions to the goal of enhanced housing opportunities. And we actually changed the name of enhanced homeowner opportunities to enhance housing opportunities, since this is a rental project, not homeowner. And then we added an outcome that this project would benefit at least 25 households. We also updated the description of the goal for this last part of the sentence, where it says that we're working with developers to provide affordable rental housing. On the action plan, there's more in-depth changes on this one because this is the specific projects that we're going to do, while the con plan is just the overall goals. So in the executive summary, we're updating the public participation process so that we can include the timing of it and any comments that we receive. Under expected resources, then it's the same amount of funding. So the only change to this was that the activities include acquisition of property to build affordable housing. Under annual goals and objectives, we updated the goals to include that same language and the benefit of at least 25 households. And then we revised the funding allocation so that admin reflects what we actually spent. So it's the 9,200. And then public services, we reduced that to $333,045. And housing, I put it at $200,000, even though we only have $162,000, because that way it wouldn't trigger another substantial amendment if we do have some of the funds reallocated from those other projects, which I'm assuming that we will. The final changes, the project summary, we added the details for the specific project. So just the description, the location, things like that. And under affordable housing, we included a goal to that there would be 25 new units. And then we also specified how it would meet HUD's affordable housing criteria. And then the attachments will just include anything showing that we followed our process, like the legal notices, the resolution, things like that. So we have a few important dates. The public comment period opened on November 15th. Tonight, we're having our public hearing, and then on December 16th, the public comment period closes. And on January 2nd, then I will have it on the resolution on the consent agenda for your approval. If anybody has any comments during the public comment period or anytime really, then they can reach out to me, Crystal Campbell, and this is my phone number and email address. And all of the documents are posted on our website. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
you answered my first question, which was whether it was in lieu of ARPA funding. Sounds like in addition to, how did we get around the legal issues with CBDG funding for affordable housing projects? That's really exciting. If we have figured that out, can we replicate that going forward? Just because as a piece of commentary, the down buyer, home buyer assistance has been really ineffective, as we all know, in this market, just because it's so competitive. It's like that money's it's not getting put to work, and we're getting it anyway. We have to use it. So I just wanted some comment around, can we do this going forward?
That's a great question. I was pretty excited when I was talking to the housing company. The issue is that we can only provide these funds as a grant, and they needed them to be as a loan, even if it was a deferred loan. So because of the structure, the Woodrose LLC is a separate entity, and they are able to have an agreement with us for a grant, and then they have an agreement with Woodrose LLC to give them the loan.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
That's fantastic. I love the structure, figuring that out. This could be a really good tool for us going forward. Again, right, like if part of our goals as CBDG is to improve housing options, and one of the main buckets that we've been putting money toward isn't being used, using it for something that will be used seems really preferable. Thanks for all the work on that, Crystal.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, we have everyone signed to provide testimony on this item.
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item? And anybody online, use the raise your hand function. It is still staff. See no one coming forward. Chris, I didn't know, were we leaving this public hearing open, or were you hoping to have it closed this evening?
So the public comment period will be open, but the public hearing closed.
So you close the public hearing today is what you're asking for.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right. Then with council, turn this back to you for any motions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we close the public hearing on item 3.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Thank you. The next item up is item 4, which is a public hearing for Rockberry North East Easement Vacation H 2022-0075. We will open this public hearing with staff comments. Stacy.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. The applicant has submitted an application to vacate easements for Rockbury subdivision. The location is north of West Shinden between North Black Hat and North 10 Mile Roads. The applicant requests approval to vacate the 6-foot wide Putty easements on the shared boundary of lots 4 and 5, 27 and 28, 29 and 30, 33 and 32, 45 and 46, and 59, or 49 and through 50, block 1 of the Rockbury subdivision. The reason for the request is to accommodate the reconfiguration of the lots that were approved with a series of property boundary adjustments. Currently, the properties are being developed with townhomes and the easements must be vacated to conclude the occupancy process. The applicant has submitted letters from all the potential easement holders who all have provided written consent agreeing to vacate the easements. There is not any written testimony, and staff recommends approval of the vacation of the easement request as proposed. Thank you. And I stand for any questions that you may.
Thank you, Stacy. Nice job. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
real quick, Stacy, this is R15 for this development, particular development, if I recall. Wasn't listed on the staff report, but I think,
I believe so. It's townhomes.
okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Oh, sorry, I need to go to the applicant. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to come forward, make any comments? Or you feel good? Okay, applicant is here. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, no questions for the applicant. Is there anybody that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Online or in person? Seeing no one coming forward, does the applicant wish to make any final comments? Applicants waiving final comments. Council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing for item number H-2022-0075.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we approve item number H-2022-0075.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 4. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater.
Aye.
Burnt. Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next item up is item 5, which is a public hearing for Kingstown subdivision H 2022-0045. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 8.2 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County, and it's generally located west of North Eagle Road and State Highway 55 and north of East Eustic Road at 2610 East Jasmine Street. This is an infill enclave property surrounded by city annexed and developed land. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium density residential, which calls for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. An application for annexation of 8.2 acres of land with an R8 zoning district and preliminary plat consisting of 28 building lots and 6 common lots on 8.2 acres of land in the R8 district was submitted for this development. This project is proposed to develop in 2 phases, with the western portion of the property developing first, as shown on the phasing plan before you. There is an existing home and several outbuildings on the eastern portion of the property that are proposed to remain until the second phase of development, at which time the outbuildings will be removed and the home will remain on a lot in the proposed subdivision. This lot right here, the big one. In accord with staff's recommendation, the applicant submitted a revised preliminary plat in an effort to provide a better transition to existing residential properties to the north and future residential development to the east, which reduced the number of buildable lots from 28 to 26 and increase the number of common lots from 6 to 7 for a gross density of 3.17 units per acre. Just a side note, the gross density without the large parcel where the existing home is proposed to remain is 3.78 units per acre. Changes to the plan include the removal of 3 building lots along the northern boundary and the addition of 1 building lot along the eastern boundary. The size of common lots were increased to meet the qualified open space standards, and a 20-foot wide common lot was added for a multi-use pathway connection from Conley Avenue through the large common area to the pathway along the east side of Rogue River Avenue in accord with the pathways master plan. And that is this area right here. You can see that pathway that comes up. Access is proposed from the extension of existing local stub streets, North Conley Avenue, North Rogue River Avenue, and East Jasmine Street from the south, north, and east through Alpointe Point, Delano, and Champion Park subdivisions. A minimum of 1.23 acres of common open space is required to be provided within the development. The revised common open space exhibit addresses staff's comments and depicts exactly 1.23 acres of common open space that complies with UDC standards. Amenities consisting of a dog waste station and a picnic area with a shelter, table, and bench seating is proposed in accord with UDC standards. There are many existing trees on this site that are proposed to be removed with development. Mitigation is required for these trees as noted in the staff report. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown that demonstrate what future homes in this development will look like. A mix of single story with a bonus room, and 2-story homes are proposed. Development of this site is difficult because of the 3 stub streets to this property that are required to be extended and their locations. Although the use and density of the project is in line with the comprehensive plan, the comp plan also states that new development should create a site design compatible with surrounding uses through transitional densities, buffering, screening, and other best site design practices. If the council doesn't find the proposed development is compatible with surrounding uses in terms of transition, the council could require additional landscaping for screening and/or reconfiguration of lots so that more compatible lot sizes are proposed adjacent to existing development. The number of lots could be reduced by up to 5, which would be down to 21 lots, and still comply with the desired density in the medium density residential designation. The commission recommended approval of these applications with the inclusion of a development agreement provisions that prohibit any windows on the 2nd story of homes that face north along the northern boundary of the subdivision west of Rogue River in Block 1. And the developer to encourage backyard landscaping to assist in buffering to the larger homes and lots to the north. I'll go over a summary of the commission public hearing. Nicolette Womack and Teller Bard, applicant's representative, testified in favor, along with Kyle Ensler, the applicant and property owner. There were several folks that testified in opposition or commented as follows: Leon Johnson, George Fulmer, Mike Bernard, Alan Dixon, Roger Britton, Charlene Britton, Carol Wendell, Mike McGow, and George Wendell. Melissa Bernard, I believe, too. Written testimony. There were many letters of testimony received on this application, and they are included in the public record. I won't go through all those because there is a long list of them. Key issues of discussion are as follows. Concerns pertaining to extra traffic this development will generate through existing neighborhoods and safety of area children. Proposed lot sizes aren't compatible with those in adjacent existing developments. Request for property to be annexed with R4 zoning and require minimum lot sizes consistent with adjacent lot sizes. Request for 2-story homes along northern boundary to not have any windows on the 2nd story that would look into adjacent 1-story home lots. Require traffic calming measures in area streets to slow traffic for safety. Request for water trucks to be provided during construction to mitigate dust, and for trailers and vehicles to be parked on site and not in adjacent developments. Request for existing stub streets on Rogue River and Conley to be closed until construction commences. Concern pertaining to the pathway in Alpointe Point that many adults and children use to access the subdivision amenities, and concerns pertaining to safety of those using it. Installation of caution lights for children's safety in high traffic areas. The developer is agreeable to not providing windows on the second-story homes overlooking adjacent lots of the northwest corner and to minimize front setbacks in order to provide larger backyards with greater building setbacks from the rear property line. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. Desire for the applicant to revise the plat to have fewer building lots and retain more of the existing trees. Desire for fewer lots to be provided along the northern boundary and more lots provided along the eastern boundary for a better transition to existing properties. Desire for the mitigation trees required in backyards to be placed strategically to screen adjacent properties. And in favor of no windows on second-story homes overlooking adjacent lots at the northwest corner and to minimize front setbacks in order to provide larger rear yards with greater building setbacks. The commission did recommend approval of the project with the inclusion of DA provisions that prohibit any windows on the second story of homes that face north along the northern boundary of the subdivision west of Rogue River in Block 1. And the developer to encourage backyard landscaping to assist in buffering to the large homes and lots to the north. There are no outstanding issues for council tonight. There has been many more letters of testimony submitted since the commission hearing, and those are included in the public record. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Mayor, council members, Nicolette Womack with Kimley Horn, 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210, Boise, Idaho 83702. We'll do that.
Kyle Ensler, 2610 East Jasmine Lane, Meridian, Idaho 83646.
Thank you for your time tonight. So before you tonight, we have the
That's important.
Real quick, can you get really close to the mic so folks in the back and online can hear?
closer. Okay.
Great, thanks.
So before you tonight, we have the Kingstown subdivision project. Our applicant team includes Taylor Bard, who's the engineer on the project. I'm a planner with Kimley Horn. Ian is also an engineer on the project, and Kyle Ensler is with Madden Homes, the developer on the site. Madden Homes is a second generation builder and fourth generation Idahoan family. They have high quality projects with a commitment to more energy efficient homes for families. Before you tonight is that annexation rezone, bring it into the city and assign zoning, preliminary plat, which will plat parcels for individual sale. So this will be owner occupied, and then a development agreement, which will apply specific conditions of approval. High level, the project began back in October of 2020 when Kyle bought the site. He is the home builder on the project, but he also lives on the site. So he knows the parcel personally. He pursued the pre-application meeting in May, had a second pre-application meeting, trying to get the plan dialed in, had a neighborhood meeting in April of 2022, submitted in June. We've revised the plans prior to a P&Z hearing, which met the comments Sonia had in her staff report about changing the lot configuration. We had a P&Z hearing in October, and then we're here for council. So again, the project's at 2610 Jasmine Lane. That's north of Ustick, west of Eagle Road. That is near the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby shopping center. These are photos of the existing home to remain. This home is over 10,000 square feet, and Kyle will further detail why it has a special place in this project. Again, the future land use map is medium density residential, 3 dwelling units an acre. Zoning map, this is a county enclave. And so everything with a color and a zone is already city owned property, city annex property. Existing conditions on the site, we are abutting several varied subdivisions on all sides. So we have unique conditions against each one of them. Connectivity, there are 3 stubs into this parcel, which can make connectivity difficult to design. And so again, we have several opportunities and constraints that we're working amongst. We're completing that road network and a pedestrian network. We're preserving the existing home, retaining existing landscaping, working within a triangular lot, and roads like to be 90 degrees. Consistency with 4 adjacent varied subdivisions. So again, this is the original submittal. This was prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. We ended up delaying that hearing and we brought forward the plan you are looking at tonight. So this is 26 single-family homes. The parcels in block 1 on the northern boundary were reduced to create a 2-to-1 transition from those lots to the subdivision to the north. And that is a similar ratio Delano subdivision was approved with to the east. Again, there's a lot of right-of-way improvements on the site. So we are at 20% of the site is dedicated to road improvements. Lot sizes vary, but again, we're within 2 phases, broken up into 2 phases. In phase 1, there are a few lots which are 4,000 square feet, but we range all the way up to 9,279 square feet. Existing house clearly is on a large lot because it's a large home. And then we have 7 new single-family homes, which range from 7,000 square foot lots to 14,000 square foot lots. So again, the direction from staff was to remove lots from the northwest corner and add lots into the southeast corner, which we have done. Open space and amenities, we comply with the qualified open space requirements, amenity requirements. We greatly exceed the landscaping requirements because this site is so beautifully landscaped. There's a community picnic area, dog waste station, and then shown here is the multi-use pathway, which ties into the subdivisions on the north and south. Regarding tree retention on site, it's important to note, again, we have so much landscaping on this existing home. We are retaining, depending on the metric you use, 79% of the caliper inches and 76% of the number of trees on the site. Shown here are concepts of the homes within phase 1, and shown here are concepts of the homes within phase 2. We received neighborhood feedback. We had our neighborhood meeting as a workshop style, and Kyle has met with the HOAs several times to go through the plan revisions. There was discussion about height, phasing, circulation, and right-of-way connectivity, traffic calming, and future density increases. Regarding the density increase, we would be tied to the site plan we show you tonight. And again, we complied with the conditions mentioned by the staff report. And then we agree to the conditions from planning and zoning feedback.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wasn't planning on speaking this evening, but I wanted to give you some context to this this project and application. I appreciate your public service and your time this evening, and I want to express appreciation to Sonia and staff for the help on this application. I understand these infill projects are tough and as much work, if not more work, for everyone. And I appreciate everybody's effort. So as the applicant, I want to give a little bit of context to the project, our background, and our approach and goals for this project. As mentioned, our family is 4th generation Idahoan. I've lived in Meridian for most of my married life. Our kids go to school here. We go to church here. We serve in the community here. This is our home. And it's relevant that we're also a neighbor because we live here on this site. And I only share that to say that we care about the community and we think it's important that development happens responsibly. And so we've really done our best to present tonight a quality project that meets or exceeds both the city's goals and the intent in the master plan. Our primary goal from the beginning was to create a project that would offer quality and as mentioned, would be a responsible development. So we have met, and the neighbors, we have a great relationship with the neighbors. I understand that growth is difficult, especially when you're the last project to develop. We border there's 29 homes that different subdivisions and 29 homes that border this subdivision. And so it's tough to please everybody, but we've had a great relationship with the neighbors. We've sat in their living rooms, walked their backyards, had lunch, talked to them on multiple occasions, and I feel like we've had good communication. This is us trying to do our best to be good neighbors and responsible developers. I also believe that we have, as Idahoans, we have a responsibility to our environment. I agree with Mayor Simonson's goals to execute financially responsible, sustainable, and environmentally conscious projects that promote energy efficiency and to evaluate and implement solutions for recycling and solid waste reduction to the landfill. I made a note of that because what's really unique to this project is that an 8.2 acre project, we're retaining 133 mature trees. And along with the city of Meridian, personally, we're also part of the canopy of trees. And because of that, we're able to do a detailed tree analysis of the preservation benefit of the existing tree canopy. These 133 preserved trees cover nearly 10,000 square feet. And in addition to the screening they provide for the neighbors, the shade, the privacy, they also produce over 5 tons of oxygen a year, sequester 1.92 tons of carbon, and store over 96 tons of carbon a year. Now, I know I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to this, and so that might not sound very interesting. But in other words, the carbon storage of these trees alone is more than the carbon emissions of all the homes that we propose in this subdivision. And I think that's pretty unique. In addition to our tree preservation, we're choosing to preserve the existing home on site that with the garage is over 10,000 square feet. This home is handicap accessible with a 3-story elevator, making it a very unique and needed home for the area. And preserving this home would save over 16,000 tons of waste from our landfills. And our opinion is that too represents responsible development. So we believe despite the challenges of this type of infill development, we've really put our best foot forward. We're asking for the low end of the density per unit in an R8 subdivision. And we believe that this application meets or exceeds the city's goals and intent of the comprehensive plan. And along with the recommendations of approval from staff and planning and zoning, we ask you to approve this project with the recommendations proposed by both staff and planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Sorry, sir, Mr. Ensler, you have a minute, but we might have questions. Thanks. I have a few. Why 2 phases for such a small site? Yeah, that's my first question. Kind of struggling with that. I'll be honest, I don't like that. Seems like it's better to just kind of know what we're going to get. So that's my first question.
Yeah, great question. So when we initially approached staff with this application, and I think we have, probably 8 or 9 different iterations of this plan. Our first proposal was only developing the back portion. In my discussions with the neighbors, they really did not want the connectivity. And so we came to staff initially asking in our pre-app for just the back portion and 1 point of connectivity. In that meeting, we're informed that, the intent is that connectivity goes to and through and also from the east. And so that really forced us to need to develop the east portion as well. So it added the 2 other connections to the project. And then that piece, there was one picture that depicted it, but it's really unique, even though because that road has to come through, there is some tree mitigation. And obviously we're following the tree mitigation plan for the trees that do have to be removed to put that road in from the east. There's also about 1/3 of an acre pond, like a 35-foot deep pond. There's over 10,000 square foot of shop space that we're repurposing. So all of that has to come down. So there's just a lot to it. You know, we currently have a business on site that we're relocating. And so we just thought it'd be easier to develop in 2 phases.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thank you. I'll be candid, like one thing I really struggle with in an application like this is where we're preserving an estate home and then we're giving you credit for kind of like lowering density when the rest of the site's 3.78 units per acre. You know, talk about how you tried to line up with lot lines. Is this kind of the, you know, have you pushed it as far as you feel that you can to make it economically viable? Like just help. And our job's not to solve that for you, which I think we all know, but just help me understand where you're coming from in terms of what you've done to meet the neighbors halfway and why you think it's appropriate to give credit for that estate lot in terms of density.
Yeah, good question. I think, again, the challenge is this is a pie-shaped piece with a lot of existing conditions that you have to work around, which has just made it very challenging. Couple that with the fact that we are intent on the preservation aspect of it. You know, I understand that Meridian, as most cities do, have a tree mitigation program. There's ways to circumvent that tree mitigation program. And we were here when the neighbor to the east literally cut down hundreds of trees and you know, we're able to kind of circumvent that. So the preservation aspect is really important as well. And so you add all those together and it creates this really unique challenge to development. In the back side there, you basically have a triangle with 2 connection points. And we tried so many different designs. Unfortunately, the challenge is that northwest side is the only kind of straight run in the whole project. So by the time you put roads in and there, I mean, we looked at private roads, we did so many different things. You're just really constrained from the site configuration. And so initially we had, in our very first iteration, we had, you know, I'm going to say 7 or 8 more lots along that side, which was excessive. But we reduced it down to 10, which is a 2-to-1 transition on that northwest boundary. I mentioned earlier that we have 29. If you look at, I think that's where most of the heartburn is, only because that's, you know, the site constraints kind of forced that part of the project. You know, that's where the majority of those houses in the back section went. So we, according to staff's recommendation, we removed a couple more lots there and put them on the east side to both soften the transition on the east, which again is interesting. We were asked to reduce the transition on that side, but increase the transition on the other side, which we agreed to. So currently you have a 2-to-1 transition on the most dense area. Overall, we have 29 houses that are adjacent to this parcel compared to the 19 lots that we have adjacent with the surrounding. And then, you know, of course, the house, you know, because of the size of the house really doesn't, you need larger estate lots around the house to make it make sense to keep the house. And so it's, again, it's just a challenge. We've reduced lots, to answer your question. We've reduced lots. We've tried to make the transition better. I don't think we have anybody tonight that will be in opposition to anything around any of the big lots or anything, you know, on the south side of the subdivision. It's primarily the site constraints that, you know, force things to the north west there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Oh, thank you for the feedback, and we'll wait to hear a little more. Thanks.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clark, I assume all these fine people came here to, some of them speak as well.
Mr. Mayor, you are correct. I do have two people signed up representing Alpine Point. So I'm not sure how you'd like to address that.
Well, are we one person for that will stands as a representative of the group? So can you listen to two names?
We do have Paul Miller and Mike Bernard.
So whoever is representing, this person will get 10 minutes, everyone else will get 3 minutes. So if they want to come up together and speak, they can, if someone's not going to take the entire 10 minutes.
We'll do it separately. Hello, my name is Mike Bernard. I live at 4025 North Dashwood Place. In addition to representing myself as a homeowner, I also represent Alpine Point Homeowners Association, currently serving as the HOA president. And then I did have a 4-slide PDF. We could get that pulled up. Yes, thanks, Sonia. And while we're waiting for that, I just wanted to publicly say thoughts and prayers are with missing council member Kavner. We hope for both the sake of him and his family, he's going to pull through here. And I apologize, I've been getting over this crud that's going around. I'll do my best to limit the clearing of my throat into the microphone. So as we've already heard tonight, and I think everyone here tonight knows, Mr. Mayor and council members, Alpine Point is R4, but all the lots that border this property are significantly larger than a 1/4 acre. Champion Park to our south, although that is R8, all of those properties also are 1/4 acre size and larger. So we heard that in the summary. So the issue that we have is transition between us and this property, and the transition from this property to Champion Park. It's not like we're trying to downgrade to meet a higher density property or to transition into a multiplex, a multi-unit apartment, right? We're basically stuck in between 2 1/4 acre or larger lot sizes. And in fact, as we see on this slide here, Kyle referenced 2 to 1, but really we're 9 to 1 or excuse me, 9 to 4 or 10 to 4 if you wanted to, and that transition on that boundary between Kingstown and Alpine Point. And in fact, in one of those, you can see what's represented as lot number 1 in purple. That poor guy's got like 4 lots against his backyard. You know, when he moved into that house very recently, he invested tens of thousands of dollars into his backyard so he could enjoy that. And now he's potentially going to have 4 2-story homes overlooking his swimming pool, right? Which is not necessarily fair. So we believe that this should be moved from an R8 into an R4 for a couple of reasons. One, that would force, let's say Kyle decides to sell this once the entitlements are set in stone here tonight. If it's R4, as a minimum, we have 8,000 square foot lot size, nothing smaller. Some of these right now are barely over 4,000 in phase 1. So we'll establish at least 8,000 minimum lot size, and we'll also get a 15-foot setback with R4 as opposed to 12. So it's nice that Kyle is going to do his best to push the lots as far forward as possible to make the backyards as large as possible. But the fact of the matter is, once zoning is established, that's the only thing that we have to enforce is zoning, right? So we can't come back to say what Kyle's best intentions are, and he is genuinely a good guy, right? He has been a really good neighbor, but he's also a businessman, right? And things have to pencil out for him. So we are in support of limiting those homes on the northern boundary if they are going to be 2-story, to not have any north-facing windows on the 2nd floor for the reasons I already stated. Do I have control of this? Now, I wanted to point out, because we heard from staff that they could drop an additional 5 lots and still meet zoning. In fact, during the commission hearings, a representative of the applicant admitted that they could freely lose 2 from what they've already dropped, right? So they said 2 times during once in response to staff's report and a second time in response to Councilman Steele's comment about them wanting to have their cake and eat it too. The applicants stated that they could drop 2 more, right? So that's in testimony from when they were in front of commission. So I think they will agree and have publicly stated that they have room to minimize that impact along the northern lot further than what they have so far.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Horton.
real quick, Mike, if we could pause your time. I want to ask a question on your comment there, just to be clear for the record. Sonia, when that reference is made to keeping the zoning, and I think the staff report mentioned it too, is the reference that losing 2 to 5 lots would still allow the remaining lots to be under the R4, within the R8 lot size threshold, just under 8,000 square feet? That's kind of how I heard it, that perhaps if you remove lots, size might go up to 7,600 per square feet per lot, still being R8 as applied for, but on the top end of it, as opposed to having to also change the zoning to R4 to accommodate the reduction in lots. Do you know which it is?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Councilman Borton, that my comment was made towards the density more to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, future land use designation. So I don't know how that would lay out lot size dimensionally. There's options there.
Because Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Barton.
the future land use map could allow it to be R4, could even allow it to be R2. So the lot sizes technically could be much larger and still be consistent with the comp plan.
Yeah,
So I was
the
just,
plan just speaks to density.
Okay.
So the zoning, it could be any of those as long as their lots complied with that specific zoning designation.
okay. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to try and clarify.
No, thanks. That helped me also. I appreciate it. Can you help me click next? Oh, work. So this is just a quick representation of maybe what an R4 could look like, and to demonstrate how transition from our neighborhood into this project would be more equitable for all involved. So. And next, please. Now, clearly, most of the focus and what we'll hear awful lot tonight is about phase 1. But I have some concern about phase 2 as well. And that's, again, because once the entitlements are set with this development agreement, then it can be anything. And to reiterate what Mr. Ensler said, he has reached out and we have had multiple conversations and he's looked at multiple options with us. And in fact, the guy's genuinely honest. And he told me one time at one meeting that I had with him at a coffee that potentially this property is worth more if he bulldozed the whole thing and just made another Delano out of it. So, and that's what this is sort of depicting. So we're hearing a lot about having these estate lots surrounding the existing home. And that sounds beautiful. And I would really love to see that happen. But the fact of the matter is, we're also asking to have estate lots on something that's zoned R8. And this is what it would look like if things change for Mr. Ensler and he decided to bring that bulldozer in and just do mitigation for those trees rather than keeping them. So I know trees are important, but I think the homeowners and quality of life and property values are worth a little more than trees in the grand scheme of things. So again, I'm concerned about this zoning for the entire thing and also the zoning in phase 2. I think if we want to have large estate size lots in phase 2, then it should be zoned to enforce that rather than allowing higher density to be packed into here. Now, if we keep in mind this body, when they approved Delano, which is the project to the west, enforced 1 story and 1 story only on Delano that bordered Alpine Point. And they also enforced no second story windows overlooking into Mr. Ensler's property, right? So there was effort put forth 3 and 4 years ago to protect this property that's before us tonight, to ensure that whatever went into here would be compatible and that we wouldn't force him into a corner where he felt compelled to do high density in order to make ends meet. So that's what I'm asking for you guys to consider tonight, mostly a zoning issue and a setback issue, and then maybe reduce those lots in phase 1 so it's more compatible. They admitted themselves they could drop at least 2. And then my final concern tonight, if we can go to the very final phase, and we're going to hear probably more about this, and people have concern with traffic. Anytime we have one of these projects infill and we end up connecting all these roads, then we end up having tons of flow of traffic in places that we never really thought about before. So now here's what's going to happen is we're going to make a mid-mile collector flow through this little triangle, right? We're going to turn that into a mid-mile collector. And none of those roads that are supporting it were ever designed to do so. So if we look in the bottom of that graph where you see the wide light blue line, that's the only road that was built with being a collector in mind, even though it's not really built to current standards, but there's no homes on that. The problem is there's a park right along there, and then it cuts through Champion Park, and then it moves west past the schools to Locust Grove. Well, here's what ACHD is going to do where that connects to Locust Grove. They're going to put a traffic circle in there. When they put a traffic circle in there, traffic's going to flow off of Locust Grove because it's going to seem like it's the place to go, right? If they build it, they will come. And they're going to flow off of Locust Grove, and they're going to go into Champion Park. They already do that from the school into Champion Park to get on Ustick. But now we'll have a high-speed avenue from Ustick all the way to McMillan, through the streets in Champion Park and Alpine Point and this new subdivision that were never designed. They all have front-facing homes. They don't have the right width. They don't have the right separation from connector streets. And everybody says, well, we can't do anything about it. That's an ACHD problem. Well, that's not entirely an ACHD problem because ACHD isn't the land use owner, right? That's the cities. So I don't have the answer for this. I hate to come and complain like somebody needs to do something, but my recommendation is send this to your transportation committee. Ask them to look at this and ask them to come up with some mitigation efforts that would help calm that. Because people are going to fly through there from McMillan all the way down to Ustick and from the middle of that over to Locust Grove. So again, I appreciate your time. Thanks you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Bard. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Sir, Mr. Bernard, if you could just stay for a moment for some questions. So I got we've gotten all the public testimony. I'm looking at the letter from you and Melissa on, you guys alluded to like what a fairer balance would look like. I think maybe you had a slide that had, I thought it was very constructive, what you felt like a better balance would be. So there was a picture. Sorry, I have several emails from you, but I'm looking at, there was a picture where you sort of drew in, it looked like instead of 10 lots on that northern border, instead you had like 7 lots. You could pull that up.
This is a slightly different depiction than I think that what you're referencing in the email.
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
So sorry, just to clarify, so this is your depiction of R4, what it could look like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I think what you had sent in your email was a little different, but it was a good, I thought still a good matchup of lot lines. I was counting like 7 properties in green on that northern border, and then still about 5 properties there to the south. You know, would you agree that besides the zoning issue, which I understand, that that the transition issue is most acute on the northern border?
Well, that's certainly, that transition is most interesting to us, right, from an Alpine Point perspective. So I think that drawing that you're referencing is where we were trying to demonstrate what it might look like from a 9-to-4 ratio down to the dropping the 2 that the engineer suggested they could lose down to like a 7-to-4 ratio, which would be more equitable without trying to, take too much away from the applicant, but still be more consistent with what we have in Alpine Point, and specifically make it less burdensome for a couple of those homeowners that have, particularly the one homeowner to the west.
Got it. And then I just wanted to add a comment. I thought that your testimony was, I appreciate your testimony and your email, because I could tell you did a lot of legwork on trying to figure out what solutions could look like, instead of just, we get a lot of public testimony where people are just opposed to things, but I really appreciate how constructive you were in trying to come up with solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman
Hoagland.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mike, question, even if this were to change for the R4 versus R8 and whatever you have, the street configuration would stay the same. I mean, that traffic is going to, yes, you reduce the amount of lots, but you're talking about people from other locations you say are coming through here. I guess it comes down to the traffic mitigation, no matter what happens here, no matter what the density is.
Well, Councilman, I think our best case scenario is we wouldn't have 3 connections through there, like Mr. Ensler suggested they brought to staff early on when he started developing this. So that would be optimum for us, but we realize that may be too far of a reach. So that's why I'm suggesting to you to maybe push this down to the Transportation Commission and to have them look at what mitigation efforts might be effective. And that could be mitigation efforts in Alpine Point, in Champion Park, or maybe in this development. But you're going to have east-west traffic, right? Because this will ultimately connect to Eagle. And so there's just a lot cutting through here. And Alpine Point is already overconnected in our opinion anyway, but I don't know if I answered your question, but.
No, I think you did, Mike. It's just a matter of, and we'll ask ECHD this question, because in going through their information packet and whatnot, it sounds like there's going to be 3 connection points. No matter what, but that's something we can ask them later on. So also on the privacy issue, I get it. From our house, we have 1 lot and we ended up with 2 houses behind us. So loss of privacy is loss of privacy, whether it's another house behind you, or in this case, it's an unusually large backside of that 1 lot. So 2 to 1 all the way down to that house. That's just the size of things. And whether it's 2 or whether it's 4, is it more loss of privacy? I guess you could argue, well, there's more people, but if we're worried about privacy, then there should be nothing behind them. So I guess I didn't follow that privacy argument to the degree I think you wanted me to.
Well, if you didn't agree with me, then you didn't agree with me. I can't convince you, but potentially that homeowner will be up here later tonight and he may convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
I think to me, 2 is better than 4. If I'm going to have that many backyard neighbors, I'd rather have 2 than 4, right?
Okay, I guess
That's an opinion, maybe.
Thanks, Mike.
And just for the record, ACHD is not on with us this evening, so Sonia, I don't know if you've got a bat line to Christy. It's the holidays. She may or may not be here.
She's not available for tonight's meeting.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, next we have George Wendell.
And for everyone else who comes forward, if you can state your name and address, be recognized for 3 minutes, and be prepared to stick around for questions from council.
My name's George Wendell.
You can get into the microphone.
Hello. Hello.
One works. All right, thank you. My name's George Wendell. I'm at 4199 North Rogue Riverway, Meridian, Idaho. I'm here to testify regarding the proposed.
George, if you
I'm here
really-
to testify to the proposed development. Tell them I'm not a natural speaker. I oppose to the development, my first proposal of changing the land use zoning to R8 due to the following concerns. And a lot of this information I'm going to present to you was aided by planning and zoning's comments and concerns in their updated November 22nd report. The proposed developers' lot sizes to the north of the abutting property development are 4,000 to 5,000 square feet on average. This would represent a ratio of 2.5 to 1 to the existing adjacent properties in Alpine Point, which would not provide a better transition to the existing abutting properties. The P&Z recommendations, November 22nd, 2022 updated staff report pages, as I interpreted it. Sorry, Sonia, if I interpret this wrong. Page 5, bullet point 3, requires all new development to create a lot size design compatible with surrounding usage through buffering, screening, and transitional densities and other best site design processes per ordinance 3.07.01A. The proposed development in the existing north border lot sizes range from 2.1 to 5.1, and your staff findings suggested a better transition in lot sizes should be provided. Page 5, bullet point 4 encourages compatible usage and site design to minimize conflict, keyword, and maximize use of land. Same ordinance, reference 3.07, but 00. The proposed and existing adjacent usage are all single-family residential, which should be generally compatible with each other. However, the lot sizes proposed along the north and east border are not compatible with abutting residential lot sizes and may prevent conflict due to not enough transition in lot sizes. Page 5, bullet point 5, the existing proposal will negatively impact the abutting existing developments. And that's critical. Your own planning and zoning are advising you folks that this is going to negatively impact the surrounding neighborhoods. Page 6, section V1, staff analysis paragraph 4 states, because of the lack of adequate transitional lot size to the north will likely negatively impact of abutting property owners. Okay.
You could wrap up, please. If you could wrap up, please. That was
That's
the time.
that's what I was going to do. I was going to skip some stuff. I'd like to develop the proposed Kingston subdivision change as follows. Regarding lot sizes, zoning request to change from R8 to R4. The lot sizes on the north boundary be changed to a 1.3 to 1 ratio for better transition to their abutting properties leading into the Alpine subdivision. And also lot sizes on the southwest side and west boundary be changed to 1.5 to 1 ratio for better transition to their abutting properties leading into Champion Park subdivision. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Carol Wendell.
My name is Carol Wendell. I live at 4199 North Rogue Riverway, Meridian, Idaho, 83646-3638. To the Honorable Mayor and to the Meridian City Council, I thank you for your time. I'm here again as along with all the other citizens that are being impacted by this proposed development. We have submitted written and personal testimony stating the negative impacts for their homes, which your very own staff recommendations and findings have already reported. Regarding 3.07.01A, it states that the transition from proposed to existing homes along the north boundary range from 2.1 to 5.1 transition. Your staff findings stated that a better transition in lot size should be provided. Regarding ordinance 3.07.00, it states that it should encourage compatible uses and site design to minimize conflicts and maximize the use of land. Again, the staff reported the proposed and existing adjacent uses are all single-family residential, which should be generally compatible with each other. However, the lot sizes proposed along the north and east boundaries are not compatible with abutting residential lot sizes and may present conflict due to not enough transition in lot sizes. Last time I was here, there was another developer that had proposed a development at the village. And I was so impressed by what our HOA president said. You were all conferencing to decide how could you recommend approval for this development, even though that developer had something that was 2 stories over the recommended ordinances. And our HOA president came up and he said, we're at your, he asked, why do we have these ordinances if they're continually being adjusted? And we're giving in to the developers when in fact, all of the citizens, this has a lifelong impact of all, any decision that any of you make. So we're here, I'm nervous, but I really hope that you will take our concerns seriously because it impacts our lives and our livelihood as far as what we put into our homes. Another staff finding stated the proposed infill development will likely negatively impact abutting homeowners to the north. So I recommend at least that we go from R8 to R4, that we have a right turn only signal on Rogue River, just as I stated before, because of the safety concerns that are already in written testimony and my spoken testimony. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Paul Miller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller.
We have Melissa Bernard.
Good evening.
My name is Melissa Bernard. I live at 4025 North Dashwood Place in Meridian. Sonia, Mike had a presentation. Could you pull that up? I would like to speak to this. These are the streets that are passing through my neighborhood. These are variances that are shown from ACHD policies and setbacks and spacing on driveways and access points. All the orange points are potential places of conflict. All the development that has come before you is predicated upon the belief that our streets are safe and they're ready for the traffic that's coming. This is showing me we're not. This is showing me a liability we cannot afford. We cannot afford this for our children, for our neighborhoods. And I'm not saying that this is broke beyond recognition, but then perhaps maybe some mitigation needs to be coming forth on some of these square miles. We're going to have 6,000 to 7,000 people on my square mile when it's built out. We have children, we have 4 schools. We're probably going to have several more on that civic parcel. So when everything comes developed and we're all interconnected as we should be, I'm not against that. But we have to be mindful of what we're putting into place. Mr. Ensler, I think he's a great guy. I've had very good interactions with him. If we had some mitigation within his project of some sort, whether it's speed humps, bulb outs, anything, something to slow down the traffic within his development, and then start thinking downstream, that would be great for everyone. I don't see how anyone could say no to that. That's the least expensive way. That is a great insurance policy of making sure our citizens and our children are safe. If he had lower density, I'd be up here cheerleading for him, saying, hey, this would be great. But the fact is, because of the density and the connections without any mitigation whatsoever, I can't stand behind this and I can't be silent. To be silent is to consent, and I don't consent. I'm not saying the sky is falling, but we can't take the Etch-a-Sketch and just give it a shake and get a do-over out of this. This is what we have. This is what many of your citizens are coming before you. It's typically density and traffic patterns. I know you care. I know you bring a lot, and you bring a lot to the conversation, but we can't stay in our lane anymore. We can't stay in our lane on some traffic issues. And you have a lot of things in your toolbox that we can do to change this. Thank you for your time, and prayers for Councilman Kavner.
Thank you, Melissa.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Council, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Melissa, I just want to, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. You tie density to traffic when even if the density is lower, the traffic patterns, there's still going to be traffic mitigation, correct? I mean, I don't understand that, oh, lower the density and the traffic issues go away. I mean, going from 26 down to 14, okay, yeah, there's going to be a fewer cars, but you're still connecting these streets, and hence people from the neighborhood are going to use those streets. So that's why I was trying to understand why that connection when I don't see a connection for that.
Absolutely, sir. I see your point. Everything's been predicated that what's down the road isn't necessarily Mr. Ensler's problem, but it's the entire block's problem when we have 6,000 to 7,000 people using this spoke. We are going to have it in all directions. People will find the way, the path of least resistance. So I don't think it's necessarily the density of this project. It's what's down the road from this project that's going to use the roads. Now, his residents deserve a certain amount of traffic control. They also deserve to have safety in their own homes. Now, a few stop signs, a few speed humps, maybe some patterns in the streets, all those passive elements that ACHD often brings up but never implements at the time when they need to until something happens. I don't see why we shouldn't. And it's not necessarily his neighborhood, but maybe strategically throughout the square mile. We need an audit. I mean, I'm doing this in front of my computer using maps and doing measurements and things. This was shocking to me. And I'm sure every square mile has their potential issues. And anything we can do to get ahead of that, that would be great. And I think council and commissions, as traffic commissions that we do have, we're next to the busiest highway in the state. People are going to find routes to shave off lights, to add a few minutes to their day. I don't blame them, honestly, because that's what the interconnection is supposed to be like. You're the people who are afraid to use Eagle Road to get to the doctor or to get to the grocery store. They need to have other avenues to be able to go around our city safely. And so I'm not against the connectivity. I think we need to start having a brain that starts putting in some mitigation. Open it up, but don't make it so easy to cut through.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, and that's one of the things in going through, and I don't know if it was yours or others, there were a lot of letters and lots of suggestions and different things. You know, there are speed bumps in North Camas Creek, speed limit signs, stop signs, but I didn't find where there was a specific here, here, but that which would be helpful, you know, if we're going to mitigate, you know, a development, you know, for traffic, for example, recommendations, that would be handy to have it, you know, like North Camas. I didn't find that specifically, been trying to figure out North Camas exactly where that was on the whole scheme of things, but yeah, those types of things help as we try to figure that out. Because yeah, the connection will increase traffic through there.
Councilman Hoagland, I could give you suggestions if you'd like. I'm not shy about that, but I'm running out of infill to comment on, so the end is near. But there are some things I think we can do proactively as a community. You have your neighborhood, you know where your trouble spots are. Our Councilwoman Strader probably has her own. Mr. Mayor probably has some hot spots in his own backyard too. I think we need to start being proactive before the accidents happen. I don't want to see more children killed getting to school. There's 4 schools here. I think some mitigation, definitely in Champion Park, a few stop signs, maybe one at Rogue River, maybe one at Conley, and maybe one where it's going to connect to Jasmine, or at the end of Jasmine where Delano's going to flow. We're going to have up to 600 high density apartment units to the east of us that are going to define this route to get to the west at Locust Grove. We're also going to have people from the west at Locust Grove in the next adjacent block, getting to that new roundabout, finding the flow and skipping 4 lights to get to the village. You build it, they will come. And over time. So this is it. I think the thing we're looking for is something that's livable for Mr. Ensler's project and something that's also livable for our community. And this is everyone on a whole. It's just not in my backyard. It's everyone's.
Mr. Mayor,
That's what I was
comment. Well, I appreciate the effort that you go to highlight the issues and different things and suggestions. So I do appreciate the time you take for that. So
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Happy Thanksgiving. Any other questions?
Yeah, so Melissa, just a question for you. So back to what at least this developer can control in this project. Well, from my perspective, look at the north-south connection point. It's got some good stop points. You know, you're coming to T's, you're turning. I don't see it, quite frankly, impacting the speed through this development. It may go in other places. I actually see the worst speed going to be going right by his house. You know, because it's a fairly straight element out. So is there a recommendation for that road in that location on their property that you think is important or necessary to improve this development? Recognizing there may be other things outside this development and I wish it was easy to get a stop sign. Even in my neighborhood, I can't get stop signs where I would like to see them sometimes. So with thoughts on this, what this developer can control in this parcel for a traffic calming measure you think would make sense?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that would be anything around the pathway system where that's going to connect. I think maybe a speed hump or a speed cushion. We don't want anything to impede our fire or police. We also need this for a possible detour when those accidents happen on Eagle Road, or if we have a gas leak on Locust Grove. You need to keep these channels open, but I also believe you need to slow down the traffic a little bit. Maybe right by Mr. Endler's project, right by his house where he's got the largest parcel. That might be a good spot. Maybe make sure we mark the crossways for that pathways really heavily. And if we start noticing speeds, I think sometimes there's a little resistance when citizens come forth. And it's like hard to believe, oh, there's not that much cut through. Yeah, there is. There's those people going 40, 50 miles per hour. Those are rare. Most of the time people behave themselves. But I think we need to remove that element of the possibility. And if it gets somebody, it adds a few seconds to their local traffic within our neighborhood, a couple speed humps, a few strategic stop signs. And I'm sorry, you being the mayor can't get a stop sign where you need to have it. And I think that's it. I think citizen feedback is always important. The Traffic Commission, I've watched a few of their hearings. I think ACHD, yes, they're the road authority, but you've got a lot in your toolbox too as a council that you can do to implement some safety. And I think that's very important.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Christopher Chafin.
Wait till you're at the mic and state your name and address for the record.
My name's Chris Chaffin. I live at 2473 East Weigel Drive in Champion Park subdivision. Been a longtime resident there. My chief concerns are basically the size ratio of the lots compared to the lots that are in the subdivisions around that particular area, and much of what Melissa went through as far as the traffic. You know, there are going to be problems, obviously, because of the roads are a lot more narrow, and you know, anybody that's out there is going to try to probably find the path of least resistance to try to get from point A to point B. So that's just mainly my chief concern. The only other thing is that I can think of is what I've observed as far as I don't know if this is a question for ACHD or maybe another entity at another time. But the speed limit that goes through at least my subdivision is 25 miles per hour, and it's often exceeded. I've noticed. I think it should be you know, a maximum of 20 miles per hour, in my opinion. Wherever there's, you know, children involved, if there's a school especially, and there's tons of school children that live in my neighborhood, and it's just, unfortunately, it's a matter of time before one of them, you know, gets in an accident or you know, something happens, and I just don't want that for anybody. So anyway, those are my chief concerns, but I'd like to second what I'd like to second what the last speaker said. So I really appreciate things. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I
Hoagland.
was just going to recommend, you know, Chris, the police department can come out, they can put up the speeds signs, you know, radar type of things, and let people know what they're doing and different things. And they've even gone out and I've talked to them about that, where they can come out, neighborhoods call, HOA, say, hey, can you come out? We're just got too much traffic that's going too fast. And they do. And you know what the result is? They catch all your neighbors.
Oh, okay.
That's I live next to a collector in our subdivision. I know those cars, they live in my neighborhood and they're whipping down the street. So it's not always the out folks, but it's just the nature of people sometimes. So if you want to make lots of friends, as if you're an HOA, call for the police to come out, do a patrol, and you'll slow it down for a while, but it'll be your neighbors. So that's been their experience.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it, I guess. All right. Anything else, you guys? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, next is Alan Dixon.
Dixon, say name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alan Dixon, 2499 East Wainwright Drive, Meridian, Idaho. I live on the corner of where Rogue River comes into the new subdivision. This might be an ACHD question, but could they put one of those fire department only posts in the middle of the road there? Is that something where there wouldn't be through traffic?
Yeah, that, Sonia, has that issue come up at all in terms of making these a not connected street?
There are some around us I've seen that have the little.
Oh, I
posts.
know, I know there are.
Right.
I won't speak.
So is that, since this subdivision has never been open before, is there any way they could just use it for fire department, police department only?
Well, that would be the preferred option by neighbors, and I don't blame you. However, when stub streets are stubbed to adjacent properties, they are meant to be extended for connectivity and interconnectivity between neighborhoods. So the purpose is for them to be extended. So ACHD will require them to, and city code also requires them to.
Okay, how did the other ones get connected that way?
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Are you referring to the one directly to the east?
Yes, correct. Because there's a road there.
There was, yes. That was determined through the public hearing process, and I believe with ACHD as well.
I think that would solve half the problems I'm hearing tonight. I'm in favor of less houses behind me. I was hoping it would line up lot to lot. With the zoning concern, I moved from downtown Boise where I own property, and I watched zoning change from 4 houses to 70 houses next to me on one side. And then on the other side, 2 fourplexes to 33 apartments. So zoning is very important when you have established neighborhood and then a zoning comes in that's more than yours. And I appreciate the gentleman that owns the property. I barely have met him. I met one of his staff, very nice people. I've owned property. I'm not sure how much he's going to make on the whole project, but getting rid of a couple lots, I can't think would be a end of project decision. It would sure make the neighbors happy. And as far as the trees go, I look out the back door. I don't see any trees on phase 1, not one. So the trees he's saving, I believe, are all in phase 2. And I don't know if there's a picture of that, but I don't think there's any trees in phase 1 he's saving, but there might be, but I don't think so. I think most of them are in the phase 2. So by saving all the trees, that doesn't affect where I live and all our neighbors live in Alpine Point. It won't affect, there's no trees cut down there. There would be no trees there. So those are the only concerns I have. I'm not against the development. So if it goes through, that's fine. I would just like to see less houses.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Council, any questions? Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, the last person indicating they wish to speak is Laura T. Laura, I know it's been 3 years and I still cannot pronounce your last name. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Laura Triratinopat from 4621 North Camas Creek Way in the Alpine Point subdivision. First of all, to Mr. Ensler, you have great courage to do infill development. We all know how incredibly difficult it is. Madden Homes builds beautiful homes. A lot of them are over $1 million and they are really lovely. I would love to see this be an R4. And that way, Mr. Ensler could show us some of the beautiful, beautiful homes that he builds in an R4 type subdivision. They would match up much better with Alpine Point. We'd have a few less homes than we would, few less people going through the subdivision. I realize that won't make much difference to the traffic overall, but I think it would make a big difference to the livability of the people who already live in the subdivisions surrounding the Kingstown development. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time and for your efforts, and have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Laura. Council questions.
Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Laura, since you live on North Camas Way, I was just curious, there was a letter that, talked about speed bumps on North Camas Way. So I take it even now there's traffic to get out to McMillan. And do you know where speed bumps should be located?
I have some good ideas. Yeah, a lot of that traffic is coming, it's cutting through to get to Settlers Bridge, which is to the west of Alpine Point. Speed bumps certainly could be.
Laura, could you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. It's going into Settlers Bridge. They cut through Alpine Point to get there. We could certainly use a speed bump as you come off of McMillan onto Camas Creek. There's a little bit of a hill there that goes over the canal, and people just roar down off that thing as fast as they can go. And I live right there, as do my two neighbors, Sherry and Denise, who are here with me tonight. All of us have a terrible time trying to back out of our driveways because there are 4 roads all coming together there: Lacewood, Wagon, and Granadillo, and Camas Creek. People just, they go.
Laura, can you close?
Sorry, they're going, it's too short. Sorry,
Raise it
I
up.
need a taller one. Yeah, they're just going as fast as they can. So yeah, 1 speed bump there would be great. A couple of stop signs, but again, we know how hard it is to get stop signs, would also help.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
For the record, stop signs are easier than speed bumps, but they're still difficult.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's everyone who signed up in advance. If there's anybody that'd like to provide testimony, if you come forward at this time, then you'll be recognized. Just come on up to the mic. And we just have 2 staff online, so I'm just going to focus on those in the room. If you can state your name and address to the record, please.
My name is Mike McGough. I live at 2431 East Wainwright Drive. I have the big lot. It's ½ acre. What Mike proposed on his 6 houses there, that would be nice. Zone 4. If there's going to be a 2-story, maybe just be a sunroom or a bonus room, and no east, west, or north windows, because they're all going to be looking in my yard. I've got 4 houses that propose to go in there. 2 is better.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Thanks, Mike. What do you think about having the windows in the second floor in those homes?
On the 2nd floor?
Yeah.
On the north, no. On the east and west, they'll still be able to see in, I think, everybody's backyard. If it's just a bonus room facing to the south, that would be great.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide public testimony on this item? Then will the applicant like to come forward and to close? Oh, come on up. Just get right into the mic, please.
Here we go. Okay, better? Charlene Britton, Britton, 2457 East Garber Drive, Meridian, Idaho. I've got the whole thing. Anyway, I'm on Garber Drive and I am offset from Conley. So as the cars come down Conley, once this is opened up, I will be seeing them every day. As infill projects go, I don't think this is bad. I think they're very difficult to do. My issues, even though everyone's issues and concerns are valid and I appreciate them. Mine come from, I've lived near an infill project. It took almost 2.5 years, 2 years fighting, and 1.5 years building. And so my issues were some of the ones, and Sonia did an excellent job for the overview from the planning commission's meeting to you, because it covered a lot of the things. So mine come more from when it is being built, that the water trucks come the trailers are not offloaded in the neighbors on either side. All openings are opened at the same time. I think everybody would love if we just had Jasmine Lane open and come in one road and then everybody could turn around and go back out one. But these substreets were there 15 years ago. They're well marked. So I just bought this home a little over a year ago. I had no idea that there was going to be a subdivision put there. And there was no sign. And on the other side, on North Rogue River, that sign who states this is the substreet, it will eventually have a street here, had been painted over with white paint. So I get it, everybody's upset, but if I had to live with something, I could live with this. Really my heart goes out to the person with 4 homes. So if something could be done there and the zoning in phase 2 be upsized and locked in, then I think you got a project that you can live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Appreciate it.
My name is Roger Britton. I live at 2457 East Garber Drive, directly adjacent to the project. That was my wife. I understand there's a lot of parts to this puzzle as far as the community is concerned and the developer. We would just like to see a responsible project being managed correctly, so the least amount of impact to the neighborhoods exists. We have already a large traffic flow in our neighborhood due to the elementary school. So I can only imagine what it's going to be like when all 3 of these stub roads are opened up. But it is what it is. We just ask that, he keeps the dust mitigation down, that he keeps all his vehicles, where his construction crews and so forth on the site, so that the neighborhoods are, not impacted heavily. We just ask for those considerations so that we can all enjoy the project as it develops. And also, I've been kind of looking at this, I don't see the need for this foot trail to go from one side to the other. I really don't see that, because what that's going to do, as you know, where my house is right next to the foot trail that currently exists. I kind of is where it dead ends at my house. Well, it's going to open up and then everybody and their brothers are going to walk by there. So I'm not a real fan of that. So that's all I have. And you know what? Thank you very much for coming here today. I know we're all got holidays, so please enjoy.
Thanks, Roger. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony? Would you like to come forward?
Good evening. Bernie Barrow, 2584 East Lacewood Drive, Meridian, Idaho. Just to address the traffic concern, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned tonight, and when the Delano project was in before the Dashwood decision was to close that particular road, there were lots of detailed discussion about traffic mitigation, stop signs, which intersections. But the biggest crux that we have in Alpine Point is almost all of our houses have RV bays, either filled with boats or campers or motorhomes. And I live just off of Camas. I'm the 3rd house in on Lacewood. And so we have settlers coming through. We have the people on Camas coming off of McMillan, using Lacewood to get to Wainwright, and then eventually out to Eagle. And you can't move your head from one direction to the other when you're backing into your driveway without having another car there in a heartbeat. And as soon as you give them an inch before you're backing your RV back into your bay, they're going around you. And it's trying to, put into context that there's two different elements going on here. One is obviously the density and adjacent to our subdivision and the houses like Mike, who you just heard spoke. But the other is once these roads are opened up, it's a free for all coming through there. And almost every single house on Camas, on Lacewood, going in and out on Wainwright, we all have RV bays and we're all backing up and we're all getting older and we're all trying to be really careful bringing those, units into our bays. And so it hasn't been mentioned like tonight. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right. Thank you. Is there anybody else to like provide testimony? Okay, then I'll ask applicant to come forward to close.
My name is Teller Bard with Kimley Horn, 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Just wanted to say thank you tonight, Mr. Mayor and council members, for just hearing the project and asking questions and being involved in the decision making. A few things that I wanted to point out and clarify, just based on the public testimony, is that the comp plan calls for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and this proposal is for 3.17 dwelling units per acre. The comp plan states objectives for transitions of approximately 2 to 1. This was exceeded in the original proposal of 28 lots. The applicant, based on staff feedback, reduced the plan by 3 lots in the north boundary. So that went from 13 lots to 10 lots, and increased it by 1 lot on the east for a net decrease of 2 lots. Based on that change, staff recommended approval and P&Z recommended approval. And based on neighbor feedback at P&Z, there were 2 conditions added to the application. One was for no north-facing windows on the 2nd story of homes along the northern boundary, and that tree planting would be encouraged in those rear yards. It's important to note that in discussions of transition, the 5th lot, which is a county lot, which is outside of the Alpine Point subdivision, has not been considered in the transition calculations. So there are 5 lots that border the northern boundary. This subdivision proposes 10. That is a 2 to 1 transition. The corner lot there is unique. It's unique to its subdivision and in its size. Because it's unique, it carried a unique risk in neighbor transition. There was a comment made about additional lots that could be removed. I just want to specify that those were not based on an economic analysis. Staff has made a statement that 5 lots could be removed from the subdivision and still remain comp plan conforming. Just to note that 2 of those lots have already been removed. That was the net 2 decrease that I had discussed before. And based on my calculations, I don't believe that we can go below 25 lots without being less than 3 dwelling units per acre. It's an 8.2 acre project. Related to the concerns about traffic, the objectives and policies of ACHD require the connections, the 3 roads stub through the proposal, the road configuration, the connection points. They are not unique. It was noted that if the site is traversed from the north to the south, there are 4 required stops. 1 at the intersection south of the site, which I can point here. So there's 1 at this subdivision here. There's 1 in the internal T, another at this internal T, and another one as people were to exit. So that would definitely encourage, I guess, less hurry to travel through the area, just more responsible. One of the things that I want to identify is that you heard the developer discuss the economic viability and also his intent on preservation. You heard him state facts about what that tree canopy means for the city of Meridian and what it means personally for him as well. Further reductions to the lot count invites more environmental impacts. Based on the developer's testimony, the lot count cannot be reduced below 27 or 26 and the project to be economically feasible. Reductions on the west half of the project will require additional removal of trees and the demolition of Kyle's own home. It's important to note that this preliminary plat, if approved, secures the development plan for phase 1 and phase 2. Changes to increase density or any changes to the development plan in phase 1 or phase 2 will require another application to be submitted, a period of public comment and public hearing. Did want to identify that there are trees saved in phase 1. Those exist in the common space west of Rogue or east of Rogue River through here. There are a number of trees that are being saved and maintained in that open space. There's been testimony tonight that an R4 zoning would be more appropriate for this development. In fact, the only surrounding R4 zoning is to the north in Alpine Point. To the south is an R8 zoning. To the east in Delano is an R8 zoning. And just at the very southeast corner is a development that was approved at R15. An R4 zoning would increase setbacks. It would increase lot sizes. But as I mentioned and Kyle has testified, the project becomes economically unviable at less than 26 lots. So those 26 lots would need to be maintained across the entire 8 acres. And that would require, again, the removal of the trees and the demolition of Kyle's own home.
Kyle Ensler, 2610 East Jasmine Lane, Meridian, Idaho. So appreciate Mayor and City Council for you being here tonight. I do appreciate the neighbors. As they've mentioned, we've had good communication, and so my comments are more general. This subdivision, the most recently approved subdivision by City Council was to the east of us. That was an R8, and then a small sliver of R8, and then R15 right behind that. To the south of us is also an R8, and the only R4 is to the north. So I think there's kind of two different discussions going on. One is density, and the other is the zoning. As Teller mentioned, the zoning might affect setback requirements, but in reality, phase 1 meets the R8 setbacks. Phase 2, because they're bigger lots, are more aligned with the R4 anyways, just by choice. So again, the challenge is, in talking about transition, as Teller pointed out, I think the area that has most heartburn, which we've discussed a little bit, is that northwest, where we have a 5 or 2-to-1 transition. We have 10 to 5 lots. But if you look at the whole north side, we have 12 lots total on the north to 9 lots that we are adjacent to. On the east, we have 3 lots to 8 that we're adjacent to. And on the south, we have 5 lots to 12 that we're adjacent to. So again, it's just part of the challenge of an infill project. I think it's evident that we've done our best to work with the neighbors and try to find a win-win scenario. It is to the point where we're at just over the lowest dwelling units per acre here. And it's really just not economically feasible for us to develop this plan while preserving the house and the trees and lose more lots.
Mr. Mayor. You can do it this time. I just wanted to interject real quick to ask a question. You've said it a couple of times that it's not economically feasible to decrease the amount of lots more than what has already been done. If you choose, and I'm just hypothetically, this is not my position, but it's a question I need you to answer.
Yeah.
If it's denial or less lots, which one do you choose?
I would choose denial.
Okay.
I'll clarify. So a question came up in planning and zoning, and ultimately they recommended approval, as you know. Would you remove the house and come back with a new application? So, I first started by just explaining why I chose to keep the house and why I chose to keep the trees. My point in pointing that out was just to show one other aspect of me feeling like that's the responsible thing to do. The other part of that, however, I was approached by 3 other developers, and I thought that they would share that same interest that I had in preservation of the house and the trees. And they had zero interest. They didn't even look at the house. And their goal would, knowing that this is a medium density residential, 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, would be to maximize density, and tear down the house and the trees. And so I think that that's what this project would look like is, certainly there's a cost to the tree preservation. There's, and I think where it becomes economically feasible is trying to meet all those objectives with a reduction in lots as it currently is. I do think that you could get, even a better transition possibly on that north side by removing the trees, removing the houses. And I think you'd still be within that 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, but I think you would jump. I think it'd be more than the 3.2 that we're asking for. So again, this is the application that's before you. I think if that was the case, we'd be having a different conversation and possibly a lot more representation from Champion Park, who would then have a lot more units along their west border and or south border. And so it's just part of the challenge of the project we have.
You still have 5 minutes. I didn't know if you were concluding your comments or not.
Yeah, I was probably a bit long-winded enough. I appreciate your time and certainly open for any additional questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Councilman Burke.
are you thinking about selling this development or developing it yourself?
No, I've been intent on developing it myself. And I think what you've heard from the neighbors is that's been the conversation all along. I lived here when Delano application went through and was approved at an R8. I was part of, in fact, it was this HOA that contacted me and said, hey, we saw this great project you did down the road. We'd love you to be the developer. Can you come buy this and develop it? And the Delano project. And I said, well, that's not exactly how it works. I don't have that proper, but that's what started the conversation. And so, I think it's evident what our intent has been in our discussions with neighbors. They haven't said one bad thing about us. And I appreciate that. It's just we have a challenging subdivision. And I feel like if, again, it would be, I think the opposition is growth and the fact that we're the infill piece that are connecting all these pieces, not necessarily that I think they would oppose any development, frankly, but I think that it would look different if you had to develop the phase 2 and tear down the house and the trees.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
want to make sure I get the number right. So the number of lots are 26. Does that include the current house, your house?
Yeah.
Or is it 26 plus?
Yes, sir.
Total of 26 lots in this development. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
just want to push back a little bit. I'm having a hard time. Certainly there are economic trade-offs. Looks like you could lose, again, you've lost 2 units and that's hard. It sounded like you could still meet the minimum density here, losing 3 more units on that north side. You've already heard, I think, that would help with the transition. I guess I'm surprised that just is your breaking point, wouldn't work for you. My concern, I just want to be really upfront. The neighbors are not wrong about the zoning. We just had a case come before us, and the truth is, once it's zoned and entitled, you can sell the property and it could look like a totally different R8, right? I'm just concerned about what we might find here. I'm more comfortable with R4. At a minimum, you'd have to lose lots, I think, to get me to vote on this on the north side. I won't get there on it. I just want to be transparent about that. I don't feel like this is an appropriate transition. particularly in that spot. I think it's the worst. I appreciate what you want to do with the estate lot and preserving the trees. Like, really speaks to, you know, some of my goals as well for the city in terms of preserving trees. But, you know, there's just a lot here that sort of bothers me about the two phases. And yeah, so I guess if it'd just be good. I guess I'm hearing you, you know, losing lots doesn't work for you. If you want to amend that statement, let me know. But I just wanted to be upfront about how I'm going to vote tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I'm not sure if there was a question there. You know, I think that we came into this initially with considering more lots, and we've reduced down to this point. And you know, again, we're basing that off of both the current market of, you know, things are expensive and things are expensive both to develop, to build, and they're expensive to afford. And so, you know, it's really a challenge because you do have this affordability issue as well that I realize that everybody wants, you know, higher, I mean, they want big houses next to their house or larger lots, but at the same time, we have this challenge with what it costs to develop and what it costs to build. And I just don't feel like it's unreasonable with an R8 to the east and R8 to the south, and us and the comprehensive plan as a medium density residential, which is 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and we're asking for just over 3. So, you know, I feel like that's pretty reasonable. I understand your points and the challenges with transition. I think in reality, aside from Mike's lot, if you look at the length of Mike's lot, it's the length of 2 of the lot. So of all the other lots there, just based on the fact that it's a flag shaped lot in the corner. So I also realize that a lot of neighbors, you know, made mention of Mike's lot and have heartburn to that effect. But again, it is the same transition that everybody else is getting, you know, from a measurement standpoint. It just happens that his lot is a flag shaped lot and covers a lot more of that area. So.
Can we get the PowerPoint back up? I just wanted to address your comment real quick. Thank you.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I feel that I feel that he answered. I feel like he addressed my non-question. It was a comment. I just wanted a reaction from him. Okay. Thank you.
Council additional.
Pardon me, may I clarify something that I said earlier on density? I made the comment earlier that the applicant could lose up to 5 buildable lots and still be consistent with the density desired and the medium density. The applicant corrected me, and the comprehensive plan actually rounds up. So anything 2.5 units per acre and up is considered rounded up to 3 for consistency with the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to clarify that on the record. The applicant could technically go down to 21 buildable lots and still be consistent with the comprehensive plan designation on that property. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Councilman Barton. Did you have?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Just to kind of where I've taken all of this with the public comment and your comments, infill is super challenging, and the 2 big issues here. One, traffic is always an issue with stub streets, and hats off to you for bringing an application that makes a bunch of connections. And you're always going to get blowback, and it's very difficult. So you've done a really good job with difficult parcel. But the traffic is something I can get my head around. Connection and the pros and cons of that. But like Councilwoman Strader had mentioned, the only thing I would ask you to bend on, which you've answered candidly, is the lots on the north. I see it a different way. You could you could keep an R8 zoning as applied for, but have a DA provision with a minimum lot size. Just because you've got a pretty big breadth of lot sizes within an R8, minimum 4,000 to 8,000. So you can accomplish what would effectively be a reduction of lots by having a reduced lot size in the DA, still an R8 application, but that then would preserve the reduction in lots. A different way to maybe get to the same solution that you don't want to get to for reasons I understand. Part of my concern is not necessarily what's best here the next 1, 2, 3, or 5 years, which the economic circumstances might dictate exactly what you're doing. I get, but longer term, and looking longer term, I'm not certain that what's in front of us is what's best. I think removing a few of those lots might be the best long-term solution. But I totally respect your perspective and the challenges in doing so. I just also wanted to share kind of the thoughts I had, and reading all of the application and the public comment, hearing everyone's comments tonight meant a lot. And also was very impressive and well received, the relationship you have with all the neighbors. I think that speaks to your whole team. That there's a fair, friendly agreement to disagree on some of these provisions. So we don't always hear that. So that's well done and appreciated. But for me, I'm just not there. You may end up with tie situations tonight. I don't know, but just wanted to give you that initial feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Just point of clarification, so I understand, is the challenge that you have with it in regards to the transition on the north side, or is it the dwelling units per acre of the whole project?
The transition to the north. Yeah, it's reduction of lots to the north, a different way to get there. I quite frankly didn't have as much concern with windows on the second story. I mean, I've got them, everyone's got them around, and it might be even more odd architecturally to not have windows to the rear. So I didn't think that was as big of a concern, especially if you could address it with some mitigation on that transition, some loss of lots.
And so again, as point of clarification, so I understand, two quick comments there. So the second story windows came as a result of the neighbors being concerned with the privacy. My comment to that was, the majority of the plans shown here are single level or single level with a bonus that's in the front. Where we do have a 2-story, and it's rare in these particular plans, it's a 2-story stacked over the front. And so my accommodation to that was, hey, I can commit to either single, that all along the north side there's either going to be single level, and or if we do have a 2-story, it's going to stack in the front, and I won't have a need to have windows in the back. So that was the recommendation that we agreed to. And then in terms of the transition, because our understanding in talking to staff, and when we originally brought the application forward and we had a lot more units on that north side, was that the preferred transition, and the transition that's often approved, is a 2-to-1 transition, which is what we shot for and achieved on that north side there. And then everywhere else, we have a way better transition. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is the transition that you would support on that north side there if it's not 2-to-1?
So was Mr. Mayor?
That's important.
When I'm looking at the north, I see 4 lots, 10 lots abutting 4, really. I mean, your 11th lot on the furthest to the west, I'm not necessarily including that against you as well as the one to the north. So it looks as though there's, in essence, 10 abutting 4.
Okay, so one point of clarification, the lot 1 is a common lot.
9.
Yeah, so it's I guess there is that lot in the corners that lot 10 and lot 11 abut that 5th lot there. That's I believe because Alpine Point is primarily the ones here having public testimony, those 4 lots are in Alpine Point. There is that 5th lot there that 2 of our lots are adjacent to. So it is 5 lots there, not 4. And so it is, we have 10 residential lots to their 5 on that north side. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
as curious, Kyle, when I look at that, lot 10
Mhm.
is right there. If you were to lose one lot, things kind of shuffle down. Maybe not even as far, you'd just go to that property line, but you'd have 3 against Mike's, I think it was Mike's property there to the north. And then the others still kind of remain at that 1.5 to 2 ratio with loss of that one lot. And I don't know if 11 would become a little bit wider, but just kind of shuffle that down with the loss of 1. But it's interesting though, for those in the audience, if you turn on Wainwright and go down, I think that's Linwood, that lot just to the northwest of Mike's, right there at the corner, 3 houses on Linwood abut the property to the west. That's a 3-to-1. Now those homes impacted that home. Now, should we do away with one of those homes now? Not a little late for that. That's a rhetorical question, but I mean, there's always an impact on somebody, somewhere, somehow. That's not good. I mean, that's the reality we deal with. So that's the hard part. And I'll talk a little bit more while I let you think about lot 10. So, growing up in Meridian, we've changed so dramatically. And I'm at the point where trying to understand my kids, my oldest, got the little grandkids now, and trying to buy a home. They can't afford where we live in an R2, R4 subdivision. It's too expensive. The costs have gone crazy. The cost to develop, I think you've talked about that, Kyle, the cost to develop and build is different than it was when Alpine Point and the subdivision I live in now were built. And so we have, there's a concept called the housing ladder. How do kids start into the home? They start probably like many of you out there, you're in your apartment or in your triplex or duplex or something like that. And then you try to find that starter home, and then you go up from there, and then your home, and ultimately, hopefully you reach the point where I'm very happy where the house I live. But now in that housing ladder, as we climb up, I'm almost to that point with all the yard my wife has, who's a master gardener and works me to death on weekends. I look forward to going to work on Monday. Now we start thinking about, I'm going to downsize. So where do people go when they want to downsize? So this particular development is kind of at 2 continuums of the housing ladder. So we've got that up and we've got that downside. One of the things I note is Kyle here is the owner of the property, the developer, and he's going to live there. That is a rarity. What we mostly get, and we really have to be careful because we know the developers that we have, is they come in, they're going to build it, that product, sell it, and they leave, and there's no interaction. So what you have is an albatross here, and you might not want to shoot the albatross is what I'm trying to warn you about. Something to think about. So the other thing tonight, many of you were here early and we're going through the agenda. One of the first items was that easements, and we get those quite often. They change things a little bit. They don't need the easements. We get all the sign off from all the power company and everybody else. And that's what we did tonight. That was an R15. Did you notice what was to the north? R2, R4, all around it. There was one R8 down here. Rest down here was R15. That's because we want to have that mixed use. Our comprehensive plan speaks to that process. So that's what we're trying to do, is not have just a monoculture of R2, R4, because not everyone can afford that. And we understand that as the age and demographics change and move and shift, we want to have that type of diversity in housing. I completely get the road impacts, traffic impacts, and we are truly struggling with that here in Meridian. The roads, we can't keep up with that. And we're doing what we can, but and so that's why I'm interested in what can we do to mitigate? What are those things in this particular development? 4 stop sign, that is not going to be a convenient corner to navigate. That's going to be a very slow process. But you're right. People will find ways that it's worth it to them instead to deal with it. So just a few things to think about in the process. So Kyle, losing lot 10 as an option. What do you think? And honestly, I'm just one vote up here, so I don't know where they would go. So just.
I understand. I mean, it's I mean, the challenge as the developer standing here trying to answer that question is knowing that even though it in this setting, it just seems like one lot. It does represent a significant amount of cost for the project. And so, so does pushing it down the road and trying to redesign it. And so I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit on it. If I hadn't gone through 9 iterations of this plan, then I might say, oh gosh, maybe we go back to the drawing. I mean, that's my thought process, right? As you're asking that question, I'm like, oh gosh, well, maybe we can redesign the common lot 11 to switch it over. And, but it's just really tough with the dimensions of this lot to do with this dimensions of this piece to do that without just having it, cost a lot more. So.
Councilman Merritt.
I'm looking at you, man. Come on. I'm looking at you, brother, and I can tell that you're really struggling with this. And I can tell like I can tell you care. And I think that's a really big deal. I can tell like this is more than just a development for you. And I can tell that you're completely all in. It's completely evident by the look on your face and the anguish that you're feeling. I think that I'm with my council members on this as well. And I think at the end of the day, it's your good intent that sort of put you in a bind to a certain degree because of your own personal house that has a gigantic lot. And so if I were, in our shoe, at least with me, I can speak for myself. I always try to put myself in your shoes. I try to put myself in the neighbor's shoes, and I try to look at it in both perspectives. And I'm telling you, it's 9 out of 10 times it's pretty difficult. It's really hard to come to a perfect, answer that will make everyone happy. In this situation, I do believe that it's not unreasonable. I believe that the concern on the north end of this project that your neighbors have is a reasonable concern. And I realize that maybe a lot or two at the end of the day with how your development is designed and how it looks like makes it it's really a big deal. And I understand that in 2022, almost 2023, the cost of development is extraordinarily high. I'm in the flooring business and I have builders that are my clients just like you. And I've had some really candid discussions with all of them lately, and everyone is singing the same song. And, at the end of the day, it's not our purview to tell you that now is the time, or to say maybe 5 years from now is the time. How we approach this is, does this make sense? Regardless of what type of economic condition that we're facing. And that's how I'm approaching it. And it's the reason why I just can't support it. And I know that's not what you want to hear. I'm looking at you and I can tell you're anguishing about it. But it's just where I'm at. It's just, I feel for your neighbors. And I just think that their ask is reasonable. And at the end of the day, you just need to make a decision on what that looks for you and your development. So
I appreciate, I do appreciate those comments and I do care.
I know you do.
So I'm glad that shows. I think it is also challenging because you know, all those developments happened when this piece was a nice big 8-acre piece. And so, you know, there's just so many pieces involved, as you know. I think more than anything, part of what has me scratching my head and wanting to make sure that I understand what, you know, if it's primarily the transition and losing a lot that would get the support, or I think what's challenging, I think we have a slide of, and I can't remember what slide it is, of all of the different objectives for this type of a project. And so I think what the challenge is for me as a developer, having gone through this particular infill piece, is you look at all those objectives and you say, okay, you know, how can we meet or exceed the expectations of the comprehensive plan, of what the intent is, of what staff's telling us, and really put forward a good application. And then we even put it on a PowerPoint where we go through and we're like, check, exceed, check, exceed. And then we get here and we're like, no, that's not exactly what we support. And so I understand the arguments and so I guess it's just trying to have clarity of, well, is it just the transition that we're missing the mark on? And if so, is it really just the transition on this north side? Because that's the only transition we're really talking about, not all the way around, which is also just, again, a constraint of the infill project. And so, you know, I don't even know if I'm being clear in what I'm saying. It's just kind of like scratching my head saying, how could we have done this differently, or, you know, or brought forth a project that was even more aligned with what the city wants and what the medium density residential code is and what's been approved around us.
Yeah. So Kyle, I'll tell you what I think I've heard.
Okay.
From at least 2 council members is you lose 1 lot on the north and make it so there's no more than 3 on the large piece. And I think I've heard you'd have 2 council members be supportive of that project. Not going to say for a fact, but that's at least what I've heard from 2 of them. And, you know, my question, I don't know, looking at the lots on here, is could that be relocated down to the southern area again to make those lots smaller? I don't know if it could, you know, with the bends in the roads. I don't really know how that works with where you can put accesses and what that makes those dimensions, if it even is feasible. So I'm not saying that's what they would, it's a reduction.
Yeah.
But it's at least a reduction up there. And I'll say from my perspective, I was thinking I might get an opportunity to vote tonight, but as of right now, I'm not. But I would agree that the 4-on-1, if it can be avoided, is something that would need to be addressed.
Yeah, I think
Council, feel free to say otherwise from what
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I haven't been a fly on the wall in every single conversation you've had with our staff, but I did read in the staff report, and it did say that was one of their concerns. Right? That transition was, their concern was highlighted in our package. It can't be a shocker to you.
Well, I believe the concern, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I think the concern was brought up initially when we had more of transition. I mean, we had more lots along there. And then when we reduced it, then my understanding was then staff was supportive of it. And that was when we reduced the lots. But I understand the point of view, and I appreciate Mayor explaining that. You know, again, the challenge is it's going to cost one way or another, you know, if it gets pushed down the road, or, I think I can reluctantly support losing a lot on that north boundary as a condition of approval, with no more than 3 lots adjacent to any one lot on the north side. That's the ask.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I just wanted to point out one other thing to my fellow council members tonight, in that also for the folks who are out there who, if they're paying close attention, one of the items that we adopted resolutions tonight was an increase in impact fees. And it just increased these houses by a few dollars, quite a few dollars. Now, we all agreed it was a unanimous vote because we want growth to pay for itself in terms of building fire stations, building police precincts, providing fire trucks and police vehicles and more parks. So we had to increase them because land costs are going up. We want to find another park site, it's going to cost buku bucks. So we want growth to pay for that, not the folks here in this room who've already established themselves. So that's a good thing. But again, it comes back to what is the cost of that development? We just made it go up starting in February. So just one of those things to consider. How do we make it all work? These are not easy decisions, and it's not fun to say no, and it's not fun to say yes, because somebody's going to be, feeling like they lost. When we don't want people to feel like they lost, but we want to make sure they go away, whatever side they end up on, they understand why some of us came to the decision that we came to. Because we want to have real reasons why we do what we do. And it is hard. And how we vote up here, I respect my colleagues' opinion and impact, because they want what's best for Meridian. And sometimes our views don't exactly match up to it, but I know in their heart, they always want what's best for Meridian. So that's why it's okay to disagree from time to time. But yeah, these are the tough ones. But it's better than last week where we had an infill project and we started exactly the same time, 6:20, and we get done at 10:35. Right now, it's only 8:30. So, and my bottom is feeling it. So I don't know if we want to take a break and let folks kind of talk amongst yourself and Kyle to think about this for sure. Are we to that point? We'll probably get something to drink, eat, and use the restroom. But rest assured, we don't talk about this because we cannot. Everything has to be on the public record. So just be certain about that. We do follow the rules. So, but I wouldn't mind taking a 5-minute break, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, we'll reconvene at 8:35. So that's an 8-minute break.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to confirm with Kyle, if he would, if we can just wrap up this discussion and then I guess we'll take some action. Based on your last discussion, losing lot 10, moving those lots down to some way configure just approximately 3 houses to I call it Mike's lot, Mike's house, but is that acceptable?
Just, okay, now it's back on. So one point of clarification, just as for my own understanding. If I agree to that, a possible scenario is then, an approval, if there's enough votes, that it would approve with a condition to remove lot 10 and no more than 3 lots transitioning to any one north. Is that what that would look like?
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I think it would, along with the conditions that were also agreed to from planning and zoning already on some houses and windows that I think you've already agreed to as well, so.
And one follow-up question, if I may. Does that, one of the neighbors in the break suggested that I maybe relook at another area to see if I could shift a lot to still get a lot in another area. So would that preclude me from doing that? Or would I just be?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Kyle, yeah, I mean, if there's a serious discussion with neighbors and about doing some other things, what I would probably want to do is that we continue this hearing and let you come back. I don't know. I'm looking at Sonia and how much can they move before it becomes another application type of thing. So, or Bill, yeah, you know.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I mean, one option, that's certainly your call. If there's a lot reduction as part of the development agreement, we would generally like a new map, so we have a clarity on what that is. But you have 6 months to sign the development agreement. In that 6 months, there's an opportunity that you still can request a modification of the development agreement within 6 months. There's some cost to process and all of that. But that would give you time, so you don't just have 2 or 3 weeks or a month to figure out if you could squeeze another lot in. But to come back with a modification to go back from 25 to 26 to move a lot to the east or the south or whatever. So you'd have a little more of a window to have those conversations. When we have a development agreement modification, you would have notice to the neighbors, neighborhood meeting. You know, it would go through all of that, but it would only come back to the council, not to planning and zoning. So you wouldn't have 2 hearings, you just have the one. But that's a different option. Certainly a continuance is an option as well. If you think that's something you'd rather sooner than later, because it generally takes, Sonia, 6 weeks or so ish from beginning of the process for a GA mod to actually get to a hearing. 5 to 6 weeks.
Approximately, yes. Are you done, Mr. Neri?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, if I could just clarify another thing that I think you asked, is it a new application? This project was noticed for 28 building lots. As long as you don't increase those lots, we don't have to renotice. So it would still be the same application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just some feedback. So what I like about the other parts of your property, of your development, I like the transition in the other sides of your triangle. Kind of worried for you if you want to redo it, totally do it, but take the continuance to do it, because without seeing it, I can't visualize it to get my head around it. I might be there on losing a lot if I could see it. I think I can see kind of what that would do. I think that'd be a huge improvement. I'm still kind of interested in some sort of minimum lot size concept, as Councilman Borton said, just because I feel like it would provide a lot of mitigation in the unlikely event that this property changes hands and somebody else comes up with a new version of what R8 looks like that I totally hated. So it's totally up to you, but I'd say taking a continuance to like think through that feedback is probably the best approach. You know, think about if there's a minimum lot size that works for you once you've redone all these boundaries. I think it could really improve the whole north side. I think the north side transition could really be a lot better. I mean, there are things you can do too with your open space, you know, who knows, right? And like, if I were you, I wouldn't want to be designing this at 845. I feel for you because you've been in this process for a really long time. That's really hard. I think a continuance in the grand scheme of things might be the way to go if you're gonna kind of rework it. I think Councilman Hoagland's given you some good advice on that.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments and advice and clarity on the question. The neighbors have spent a lot of time. We've spent a lot of time. We've been through a lot of iterations of this plan. I don't think my desire is to continue. So to answer the question, I think I would be amenable to losing one of the lots on the north side as a condition of approval and committing to the previous recommendations of approval, as well as also no more than 3 lots on the adjacent to any one lot as a transition.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
We were to proceed on something like that, question for legal. The P-plat is part of this application. Would verbal references to that type of adjustment still allow us to take action on the plat?
Sorry, Mr. Members of the council. Yes, because again, we're going to have to make findings based on that. And then prior to the development agreement, we would also want a new drawing because we're going to attach it to the development agreement. So there's still a little bit of process, but yes, you can certainly take action with those directions. So you can reflect them in the findings.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Ty, you win.
Aye, okay. Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm a little concerned about a condition that would require whatever, no more than 3 lots adjacent to the northern lots. I think it's acceptable for Mike's lot, but there's 2 lots right now that have 2 lots abutting them. What if this changes it to now they have 3? So that's my concern, and it brings up more issues that weren't contemplated tonight because of the current plan that the neighbors might have. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hogan.
Yeah, what I was thinking, if we go that route, it would be, again, I'll call it Mike's lot, would be reduction of lot number 10, no more than 3 lots on and his abutting his property, and the remaining lots adjust as needed. So you couldn't get 3 behind another location. And
if you want to be technical about it, looking at this, there's 3 to the one right next to Mike's lot currently, based upon how I see it, and 3 to the next one, and 3 to, I mean, they all have 3 along that northern boundary to a certain extent currently.
Mike, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Holcomb.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor Kyle, you know, I do get nervous when we try to do things on the fly from up here because we might miss something. We might not be aware of something that the neighbors might, you know, want to speak to, and our process is set that, you know, you have the last word and presentation. This is an annexation, and just for folks who, this is not a normal thing, you don't do this every week. It's also a preliminary plat. So when we talk about where the lines are drawn and whatnot, that's what we're going to adopt. Would approve annexation and the preliminary plat. Now, as legal counsel has pointed out, they can make changes to that, come back for modification of that, and there's a process for that. But I think if that preliminary plat comes back, we would like to have it in front of us, to Councilwoman Strader's point, you know, it really is something that is important and we want to make sure works. And there might be some other ideas out there because you might want to say, because they've talked about, as Sonia pointed out, you could have 28 lots. Now, if there's a way to figure it out, you fix the northern lots and you want to squeeze another lot somewhere possibly. Now, again, the neighbors might not like where it is and whatnot, it impacts somebody else, but that is a possibility. And if we make a motion, if I were to make a motion, just lose lot 10, no more than 3 lots behind Mike's lot, and it doesn't pass, it's a denial. And so I'm just kind of trying to guide you to the point that I think a continuance might be best. Unfortunately, we would have the hearing in January. It's probably the earliest. The clerk gave me the list of what hearings we have on the next couple of weeks that will be meeting. And they're full schedules. So it's like, it would be probably first half of January. So comment to that if you might, Mr. Mayor.
My comment or?
You can always comment, Mr. Mayor, but Kyle's comment.
Councilman Borton.
Mr. Mayor. So it painfully grinding to go through this, but it's just everyone's intent, including yours, to get this right. And try and find some balance and compromise. And I think Councilman Hoagland's proposal is well-grounded. It seems to create some balance here. Your concession is noted. I think removing lot 10 is a big deal. Maybe less than what members of the public want or some folks up here want, but more than what you want to give, and compromise is what we're looking for on both sides. So I can get around what Councilman Hoagland is proposing, which would be removal of lot 10. I wouldn't be supportive of trying to add it somewhere else. I think there's a lot of really good with this project. And everything on that east side really is well thought out. It's a difficult project, difficult infill parcel. So I wouldn't want to invite you and wouldn't be supportive of trying to find it somewhere else. I think removing lot 10, adjusting everything, sliding those lots, now they all get wider. No one parcel to the north has more than 3 lots behind it. It's relatively simple adjustment to the plat is something that I can get around, and that might get you at least to 2.
I appreciate that.
You bet.
Or do we have this direction on what?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland?
Well, I think we'll take a stab at this with a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony.
Mr. Mayor, apologies. You want to close the public
Oh,
hearing?
yes, we need to close the public hearing. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move we close the public hearing on H 2022-0045.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0045 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of November 22nd, 2022, with, besides what has been agreed to in the P and Z meeting and by the developer, that the preliminary plat reflect the elimination of lot 10, and with the adjacent northern lot, Mike's lot, not have more than 3 lots to its southern boundary. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve.
Second for discussion.
I have a motion and a second for discussion. Discussion.
Just to clarify the motion real quick.
Councilman Borton.
If I understand you correctly, that's lot 10 in phase 1, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then all of the northern lots in phase 1, say this sort of backwards. None of the parcels to the north would have more than 3 properties adjacent to them. not just reference to what we've been calling Mike's lot, but none of them would have.
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, there is the second lot in from the east. There's one full lot and then there's two parcels. I mean, are we talking full lots or are we just talking portions of a lot? So yeah, no more than 3 portions of a lot would be, I think, how I would say it. I would agree to adding that to my motion and that the other lots not have more than a portion of total of 3 lots.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I appreciate all my council members. I always especially appreciate Council President Hoagland because I feel like he always tries to find strike the right balance. I'm just going to be a no on the basis of process. Like for me, I think we need to have a certain level of hygiene around annexations. And I would just want to see this concept plan come back. I think I can see what it's going to do. But I'm just at a point with annexations where unfortunately, because of recent developments, I've been convinced of the criticality of getting them to really close to the outcome that we exactly think we're going to get. So for that reason, I'll be a no, but I'm supportive overall of this. I think it's moving in the right direction. I think I can see where it's going to go. Thanks.
Council, any further discussion on the motion? Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
No.
Burnt, Morton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. 3-2.
Thank you.
Okay. We are at the end of our agenda this evening. Anything under future meeting topics? Or the motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to adjourn, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. We are adjourned.